Mic check one. What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up? What's up, fellas? That's right. It's Hot Mike Friday up in this month. Y'all need to get your pen and paper ready. We're going to class tonight. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Moderators, get them on the job. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. What's up, fam? 6143. What's up, fam? Mr. Hemi James in the house. Representing. What's up, fam? Mr. Prentice Carr. What's up, fam? Yo, Lefty. Yo, Lefty, what's up, fam? My man, Big Bruh, walking down Ram, Big Steppers in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Marek Schools in the house. What's up, fam? Hanging out in the chat. They're gonna be on later on tonight. Check it out, my man Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboys in the house. Shout out to the legendary Fat Bill Rules in the house. What's up, Fat Bill? Wolfing Studios in the house. What's up, fam? Vladimir Irvin's in the house. What's up, fam? Representing the PA, Hardy Dog, Pennsylvania's in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Rex City's in the house. What's up, fam? My man, James Jones in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Dreadlock, what's up, fam? Salute to my brother, ODG Bulldogs, representing fam. Yo, AJ. Yo, AJ, what's up, fam? My man, Brian, what's up, fam? My man, Walnut representing the PA. What's up, fam? and Hookstons in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Welcome to the show. Yo, Vince, look, you'll notice everything in this room is blue. You know what I'm saying? In order to get that blue, fam, all you got to do is show up to the show, participate in the chat, and you will be getting your hardware, fam. Salute to my homeboy representing the AK, Robert City's in the house. What's up, fam? What's up, fam? Represent Amen Kennels. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man Melvin Brown's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Arrowhead Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? Gats in the house. What's up, Garden? What's up, fam? Shout out to my main man, Larry Willis in the house. What's up, fam? Long time supporter to the channel, my man. We Hunt Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Hilltop Samo's in the house. Salute, fam. What's up? What's up, fam? Pick up your hardware, fam. My man Freeze in the house, tapping in. What's up, Freeze? Shout out to my man COVID 500 Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, JG. Yo, JG. What's up, fam? Melee. Yo, Melee, I see you, fam. Welcome to the show, fam. As you know, you see all this blue, all you gotta do is keep doing what you're doing and showing up. And before you know it, you'll be getting your hardware, fam. Shout out to my main man, Double and Desmond in the house. What's up, fam? Salute to my fam. Gollery Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? My man, Cervantes in the house. What's up, fam? Wolfie Studios in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Billy. Yo, Billy. What's up, fam? Banjo Dogs in the house. What's up, fam? Enrico's McCarthy's in the house. What's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Enrico, check it out, fam. Like I said, you'll see all this blue up in this room, fam. Looks don't cost you nothing. All you got to do is show up, participate in the chat. Before you know it, fam, you'll be picking up your hardware, fam. Word from the hoods in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Represent. Same to you, fam. Welcome to the show. As you know, it's all this blue. In order to get this blue, it don't cost you nothing. All you gotta do is keep showing up. Participate in the chat. And you will be picking up your hardware, fam. Had to get a little late to start here. What's up, man? Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Fat Farm Right. What's up, baby? Welcome back to the show, fam. Had a little late start today, fellas. Storm down here still kicking it. But we made it, we here. Shout out to my man, Rudy Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? To my main man, Rock City Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Hey, yo, bro.
What's up?
Hey, yo, bro.
What's up? What's up?
You ready to do this, man?
Oh yeah, man. Well, I gotta make sure everybody took care of their part up in the house. You know, we gotta make sure y'all get down before y'all sit down. You know the rules. Did I check that goddamn chain? Check that damn collar? What about that damn steak? Did you clean up that shit? Did you feed your dog? Did you give them some clean water? Did you check your cameras? clear all that. Then you done did the get down, now it's time to sit down. That's right, y'all. Good evening. What's up, everybody, on Friday? That's right. It's Friday, the weekend. Happy Veterans Day to all you vets. All you vets, active, retired, inactive, everybody serving. Happy Veterans Day. Salute. What's up, people? What's up? What's up? What's up, man? It's good to be back. Good to be back. Got that smile back in me. What's up, fellas? A little slow tonight, man. Playing that catch up to get up. You know what I mean? Every time a storm comes through here, don't do nothing. But the residue of it, you know, the expectations, it just slows up everything when it comes to business. Hold on. Okay, we got it. Yes, sir. Mic check one. Okay. My man doing the mic check on the mic, so we're gonna make sure we get this thing started off right. All right, fellas. I don't know where I left off at, but I'm gonna tell you where I'm going. Back to the veterans out there, guys. I want to just say salute to you guys. You know what I'm saying? Dogman, vets, they know what I'm talking about. Hey, tonight we're going to be talking about some expectations, and it's going to be very interesting. I think it's going to be a very interesting thing because my daughter asked me a question about the pit bulls. You know, she was like, you know, if you guard train your pit bull, he's still a pit dog. You know, it's the same thing as saying if you make your dog, your bulldog, a house dog. Or maybe just sit him in the backyard and make him a stare dog because he look pretty. Does that still make him a pit bull? You know, she asked the wrong person because she asked the dog man. You know, and I explained that because, you know, this is where I had to lead it to. You know, it's by breed. Only by breed would you call that American pit bull. But by fact, no, it isn't. By facts, it's not. And we're going to go into that a little deeper today. Before we get off into this thing, let's get down into some respect time. You know what I'm saying? Respect the game with that disclaimer. Yeah, we're going to be going into we need a little disclaimer tonight. All right, fellas, check this out. You know how we do it. Respect the game. The views herein expressed in this post do not necessarily reflect those of myself nor the forum owner, and shall be viewed strictly as entertainment and for the historical purposes only. I know the forum owner either promote or condone any violations of the Animal Welfare Act of 1976 or any other local, state, and or federal laws. Again, this post should be viewed strictly as entertainment and for historical purposes only. For historical purposes and entertainment only. Okay. Now, y'all seen the poll. I haven't seen the results of it, but I'm going to be bringing, you know, the teacher in tonight. And me and the teacher is going to go over a lot of these things, and hopefully y'all can ask, you know, some of you naysayers and just determined to make a point. This is a good time to listen first. Let it make sense into your head, and if it makes a little sense into you and you want to ask some questions, make some good questions to him, okay? I'm going to get Mike in here so we can get Mr. Schoolboy Garcia is going to be joining me tonight. And we're going to be discussing basically a lot about the genetics and the foregoing of what makes the American Pit Bull. I mean, let's start back from the very beginning. What was the sole purpose of naming the dog that anyway? You know what I'm saying? So that's where we're going to be going. Give me a few seconds here. I'm going to get my boy Mike up on the setup and see where we can go from there. Hold on 1 second, fellas. Don't forget to hit those likes, fellas. Hit the likes for me. I be running a little behind. I be hating to come and be in, you know how you be in a rush and you know you got this customer who wants to promote Veterans Day on you. And you done your part. Now it's, you know, it was so very hard to be, you know, get out of there when they're so kind and nice. I have good customers out there, just like you guys. Yeah, I'm pulling up my stuff tonight because we're gonna be adding some stuff into that. Hey, Mike. I know that delay gonna catch me. He's gonna say, huh? I'm trying to pick out tonight's conversation piece. Hold on. I'll be right to with you. What is going on? Hold on, fellas. I'm having technical difficulties with the computer here. Terrible. Hold on, fellas. I'll be right back and get my.
It was, yeah, I couldn't get it out. Okay, we doing Google, but it's had to redo a reboot. Check and see if that was it. Bear with us, gentlemen. We're trying to set everything up here. My computer just went on the. It don't want to let me in. I needed that. Hey, Mr. Garcia, you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, let me see if I can get you louder. Okay, let me get a mic check from you.
I'm still here. How's everybody doing?
Okay, can you turn your volume up a little louder?
Yeah, it's up all the way, man.
Okay, I'm trying to get this a little louder here. Hold on. Yes, gentlemen, just bear with us here as we do all this technical stuff. This is not CNN, but we will get there. I mean, my computer is just sitting here, supposed to be restarting. I've been better off cutting it off and cutting it back on. These computers have definitely been on my nerves today. My phone, I was in a customer's house and the phone decided to get stuck on the pan part. And I didn't know whether to go back in and redo it again, and this thing was just acting up. I don't know whether it hit the lady's card or not. So I had to trust myself and hope like it went through. I wanted to do that, then I had to be sitting there 3-4 times charging the card, and the whole time my phone acting up. Now it's my computer. I must got some kind of magnet on me or something. How you doing, Mr. Garcia? I guess Mike is...
I'm doing good.
I think Mike is doing some, I guess, checking the mic. And I'm trying to...
Right.
So I guess that's what we trying to postpone. But in the meanwhile, if the fellas can let us know on some thumbs up, if they can hear you, I'll be a lot more... All right.
Yeah, check one.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, this is what I'm fixing to do. We're going to hang up on this one right here, and I'm finna call you right back on my other phone, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. I get a better sound on that one over there. And that call there. Okay, get that one. We're going to go to this other one over here. We still got a good mic sound out here. So, let me see. Okay, I got you there, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you a whole lot better now. Let me turn this up a little bit here for you.
All right. I kicked everybody out of the house so I could do this. They gotta check me every 15 minutes, see if I need coffee.
Okay, here we go. Sounded good to me. here. Okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir. I hear you just fine.
Oh yeah, I like that a lot better right there. We ready to go.
Thumbs up on everybody. Y'all can hear a good sound there. Let us
Check
know.
1, check 2, everybody here.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be nice. Oh yeah. All right, Mr. Garcia. I think we got a good sound check on that one.
Good, good.
Now, what we're starting off at today is what the poll spoke up on. Now, the poll was speaking on, without the hunter, is it able to maintain the American Pitbull, gameness, be able to be preserved without the hunter? And that's the poll. The question is yes or no. I want to start.
Right.
I want to start with you because you're a philanthropist when it comes to really understanding not only the history but as an all-around. I would call you a professor of the game and everything about the understanding of some of these things because you bring me to light to a lot of stuff. And like you said,
Right.
we have common ways because and common things because in the long run we were all competitive, and I think that was the common factor. I think our competitiveness started there. You know what I'm saying? And just and then understanding, to compete and try to be the best and have the best. There's only certain ways you can get to the right way.
That's right.
In a lot of ways, that's why we all, have come together in so many ways. Even though we had avenues of having different ways to get there, our results and our concepts always were pretty familiar and similar. So I want to get your intake on explaining to the guys, and I want to start with the beginning. Get them to understand what American Pitbull Terrier is.
Right. Gotcha. So the short answer to that is no. Without the competition, it's not an American Pitbull Terrier. And if you go back to the beginning, the breed itself had all kinds of different names, Pit and Bull, American Bulldog, or American Pit Terrier, lots of different names. So what I do in that respect is going back that far, I just call them fighting dogs because that's what they were for. And that is the common denominator amongst everybody, like you were saying, within the breed, going back to the beginning and even moving forward through the history of the breed. The competition. An old dog guy mentioned this to me back in the day. Competition is the soul of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Without it, you don't have an American Pit Bull Terrier. Now, since the dog was domesticated and different breeds were developed, they were done so with the purpose of a function. So every breed had a purpose, regardless of what they are now and what they do with them now. If you go back to the beginning, every breed had something to do, some way to serve humankind, whether it was work, whether it was sport, whether it was protection, whether it was companionship, companionship meaning that's why them little lap dogs were developed. They call them lap dogs because the ladies kept them in their lap. That was kind of a defense, so people couldn't walk up to them and accost them without this little dog yapping away. It wasn't just an oddity or a fancy thing to have. They served a purpose too. So as far as the Pit Bull Terrier goes, that was its purpose, sport. Now it can be used for different things, But without that competition, it's not a pit bull terrier.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, you know, you hear these comments and chats, and, you know, there's not going to be a pit bull terrier anymore. This and that. I don't believe that. There's always going to be the breed. The breed is always going to be what it was intended for, and that's never going away. That's just the nature of people, and that's the nature of competitors, to preserve that in whatever means necessary. And it may not be so much here because of the laws and all that, but the breed is going to, worldwide, it's still going to be around. It's never going away, right? So without that competition, basically you don't have a breed. And if you speak about genetics and DNA and all that stuff, it's ingrained in every cell of their body. It's part of their body. It's part of the way they think. It's in their structure. It's in their attitude. It's in their ability and performance, all that. So that's what makes it different from other breeds. It's singular in that sense that it's the only breed, even though there's other breeds, you know, outside you see these Tosas and you see this and that are used for fighting purposes. They're not the same. They're not as durable. They're not as tough. The rules are different. They may be a fighting dog, but not in the same respect that the American Pit Bull Terrier is. It's the only one like that. So, you know, that's a little bit of history about that, and touching on genetics.
Now, on the genetics, does this conversation that we're having plays a big part in the genetics of these dogs? Can you explain a little on that far as, you know, it's not always about how he look, you know what I'm saying, how he runs. It really plays upon the ability to pass forward the most important parts, the gameness, you know, smarts, ability. And you just can't do it without testing it. Am I correct?
Yeah, you can't. There's no other way to do it. You know, it's just not feasible, and the outcome would not be the same. You know, and another thing, you know, that's why there's such a variety in the structure of the dog, the temperament, behavior, the fighting style, the ability, mouth, whatever you want to call it. Some are game, some ain't. You know, there's more that ain't than are, but you know, that gameness should be number one. It's the foundation of the breed. It's the heart and soul of the breed. That's why it's number one, because it's so hard to attain and retain.
Right.
But as far as structure and all that, that's why they look so different. That's why there's such a weight range in them, because depending on the breeder or depending on the style of the dog or whatever traits you're looking for, that's what generates the variety. That's why you have some dogs that are thin and they're fast, and some dogs are more bulky and they're generally stronger, and some wrestle better and some have better air, and some are, you know, just like there's all different colors, because in that respect color don't matter. There's all different builds and sizes and temperaments. But without the gameness, which is embedded in game dogs, you don't have a pit bull terrier, because in that respect, all dogs fight to some extent or another, whether it's defensive or whether it's for survival or whether it's territory or whatever. None of them do it like the pit bull do, but it's a factor that's involved in every canine, wild and domestic. It's just that humans took that to the ultimate, developed a game dog, and through breeding developed different fighting styles and different traits and all that. Because, you know, it's like professional boxers. They're all different races, they're all different colors, all different from all walks of life, and there's a weight range from 105 pounds to over 200 pounds. And there's different styles, different builds. Some are tall, thin, fat, short, whatever it is. Well, because the competition is similar to boxing with pit bulls or any contact sport, now we have UFC, then you're going to have that wide range.
So, back to on the wide range as far as blood. Okay, you got a breeder who just sits there and breeds. What do you say to that? When you have a lot more breeders today out there trying to do this, and they speak into it, but without looking further into what they're doing. Shouldn't we be aware when we out here buying these dogs?
Yep. There's an old saying that it depends on who's breeding the dogs, who you get them from, and for what reason. There's a lot of pit bulls, quote unquote pit bulls, being bred because it's a popular breed and people like them, and they have different functions, and they're a people dog for the most part, right? But just because people are breeding them doesn't mean that they're breeding good dogs. They're breeding dogs. And in today's times, there's probably more people just breeding dogs on pedigree or certain traits apart from the competition side that they like. And they're not bad dogs, but again, they're not a pit bull, not in the traditional sense. They're not an athlete. They're not a competition dog. There's a lot you can do with, a breeder has certain specific things he likes to breed for. That's part of it too. But without the testing and without the competition, without the heart, there's no way that you can produce dogs that, dogs today like there were in the past. Now there's people doing that. They still are, and they always will, but those numbers are declining. And so what you have now is a lot of people breeding a lot of dogs. That's about it. The pedigree is only good if the dog itself is good. Other than that, it doesn't matter. It has no bearing, no factor in your breeding program if the dog itself isn't worth what it should be. So it's a guideline. It can help you. It does help you. Any good breeder, whether he's a breeder, competitor, or just a breeder, needs those pedigrees going forward, because you got to know how you're putting your dogs together. You can't remember everything. But unless the dog is worthy, the paper is just, it's about worth what it costs to print, which is about 25 cents, It's just not, it's a concept that people, sometimes they have a hard time believing because they put these other factors in it. Well, I hunt with my dogs, actual hunting, or I do weight pull, or I do treadmill, or I exercise them all the time, or even I put them in keep and I do this and that, and he can run all day and all this and that. There's nothing wrong with anything of that I just said, but without the heart, without being proven, without the competition, again, it's just a very healthy, athletic dog that shows its versatility that you can do other things with it. Because if you flip it around and say, well, I have a dog, saying in the past, I had a dog that was a good people dog, and he was good with my kids, and he was a house dog, and I went hunting with him, and I entered him in confirmation, this and that, but he's a champion pit dog. That's a big difference. That's what makes the difference from one to the other.
Right. So, another avenue I would like to go into is the imports that have left the United States are now starting to work their way back. It's like the imports that are coming in now are better than some of the lines that we have, because so many of them have been gone. Can you go on that a little bit?
Yeah, well, things have a way of coming around. And in that respect, things have come full circle. You know, the United States was known for having the best pit dogs, the best competition dogs. When it became known and popular in other countries, they wanted the same thing. So they acquired those dogs over a period of years, did what they did with them, competing with them. And you're going to have the same thing in other countries. You're going to have people that are serious, that are competitors, good breeders, and you're going to have the same shit we have here. You know, fakes and paper hangers and people that don't do nothing with them and don't keep the standards and don't care about gameness or, you know, like that. But there's still people over there, and more so now in places where it's legal, that are doing you know, they're doing their thing. They're competing. So they acquired the dogs, they acquired the blood, whatever blood they liked or whatever was available, did their breedings, did their competition. And now because, like I said, in some of these countries, it's legal, people here want those dogs too, because those would be more proven than a lot of the dogs here in the U.S. And I think that's why they're coming back here. They want dogs from somebody that's doing something with them. So, and it's been that way with Mexico for decades, you know. We've been trading dogs in the United States and Mexico since, I would say, the late 50s, early 60s, you know. And so a lot of the same dogs and a lot of the same blood, it's on both sides of the border. The United States had it and Mexico got it. Mexico did what they did and people in the United States got it from Mexico, and it just kept going back and forth like that over an extended period of time. So that would be a good thing about, you know, people wanting dogs from Mexico. You know, that term Mexican Eli, you know, it's not anything separate than what we had. All those dogs came from here first, but they bred them the way they did. They did with them what they did, and they added, you know, different blood or made their own crosses. But originally, they were the same dogs. You know, the Midnight Cowboy's sister went down there. Bully Son's sister went down there. Rascal's litter mate was down there, you know, and they had sons and daughters of Eli Jr. and Brandy and Bully Son and Eli, you know, like all the T-Bud stuff. If you go back, it goes back to some of those dogs that were imported, you know, way back then, you know. The people like, you know, Boudreaux and Carver and Bobby Hall and Victor Witzel and Jerry Branham and Ken Click, they all sent dogs down there, and other people too, Mayfield, and just a lot of different dog guys that would compete in Mexico, and the Mexicans would come up here and compete in the, you know, the big Cajun shows that Gaboon Trahan used to put on, you know. So, though I think that's one of the reasons why people like their blood, not just that it's close and more readily available, but the roots of it are of what some of the people, the blood they have here and the dogs they have here. They look at their pedigrees, or they look at their own dogs that they have. You go back far enough, and it's the same stuff that Mexico has. And the Mexicans do the same thing. They go back far enough, and it's the same stuff that was in the United States. Not just the Eli, but the Stu Fowler and Red Lady, the Booger Blood, Fontenot's Booger, and, you know, even later on, they acquired the Mayday blood and the Barracuda stuff and Bolillo. You know, they had Bolillo's brother, Andy Cap, went down there. Dogs off of Mendocino, which was Andy Cap and Bully Son and Bolillo's sister. They got some of those dogs too from that breeding. And, you know, people, you know, I like to think that I'm kind of a historian, you know, a little bit, and I encourage people to do that, you know.
Right.
Look this stuff up, research it, you know, and you'd be surprised what's behind your dogs. But again, it only matters if the dogs are proven. It only matters if, you know, I'm coming from a competitor's way of thinking, because when I started out, I didn't start out where, hey, I'm going to breed dogs, or I want to breed these pit bulls. It was strictly to compete. That's what I wanted to do. And the breeding part came later, because I realized that the best dogs I'm going to have are the ones I breed myself. I know everything about them. I know how they're bred and how they should act and how they behave. And I'm going to raise them the way I want to. And I'm going to exercise them and condition them and school them, match them, and all that stuff. So in that respect, you know, that's the best way for me anyways. But when you research all these dogs, you'll find that there's a lot of commonalities going back to those days. And it's just a matter of having a set of standards, a set of rules for yourself and your dog, sticking to them as much as you can, and producing the type of individuals you like. You can do that in whatever aspect of competition you like. But without the competition, again, I keep repeating that, but it's so important. The breed is not the same. Even dogs that are well bred, that haven't been done anything with, and I'm speaking of the past, I could tell just by their skin. You know, some of them have thin skin, or the way they stand, or their muscle tone, or their attitude. Yeah, it's a pit bull, and yeah, it has a nice pedigree, but physically it's not even the same dog. Mm-hmm. You know, it's that old saying, if you don't use it, you lose it. And that goes down to durability and heart and all that. I mean, you could have littermate brothers, one be raised a certain way in that competition mind, one not, and their physicality is going to change, just because you're not doing anything with them. You know, it doesn't take long to lose it. 1 or 2 generations, 3 at the most. If you don't keep your standards up, it's gone. It's lost.
I say that all the time during our schoolboy on the formula. That's where the formula comes in.
Yep. And you know, I listened, and you know, like I mentioned before, you know, and I said this with mockery too. We don't always stay in contact, and with you guys, I didn't know you guys back in the day. I knew who you were. And I followed some of your dogs, like the Brat, you know, and just to mention, you know, my friend saw the Brat, and he said she was badass. But in that respect, you know, we didn't have that contact, but because things are common sense, and because we have goals in mind, and because we have that competitive spirit wherever it comes from, a lot of our standards are the same. A lot of the ways we think and what we expect from our dogs, they're the same. That's just a natural way of things coming around and getting to a certain point where you want top quality individuals, you want a good family of dogs, a top family of dogs, or you're going to be a top competitor. So things just have a natural way of getting to the same point, even though we didn't talk back in the day.
And we had great dogs. Ain't that why we out here talking about it now? We all know that we all know what it feels like to be successful in having that formula work for you.
Right. And not to disrespect people, but in my mind, if that's not your goal, to be at a high level and to have, you know, first class dogs, then why the hell are you doing it? What's the purpose of it?
Right.
Because you can get all kinds of pets, all nice dogs. You can have dogs that do all kinds of different things. But why would you have this one if that's not your goal? Now, I'm speaking of the past. That's the way I used to think.
Right.
And that comes from my upbringing, because that's the way my father was. Whether it was a dog, whether it was whether it was horses, cattle, you know, if they're used for work or sport or whatever it is, food, if it doesn't serve a purpose, why would you have it? It didn't make sense to him, and that's the way I was raised, so it doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
You know, why have a dog? You know, why have a pit bull if I wasn't going to compete with it? Why have a horse if I'm not working cattle with it? Why raise a pig as a pet? I'm going to butcher it. You know, it may be a pet, but until butcher time, you know what I mean? Or chickens, whatever it is.
But it will be exercise to do what it's supposed to do.
Right. It's that simple. And you know, there's a certain amount of pride in that.
Yeah.
You know, developing your own family of dogs, or competing with your own dogs, or acquiring a dog and competing with it, you know. There's a feeling that's unmatched unless you're hands-on and you actually do it. A lot of people talk about it, but in the grand scheme of things, not a lot of people were involved that way, you know. And I'm not disrespecting them. Everybody has their place, but you have a lot of people that pretend to have a past like we did, or pretend that they're breeding good dogs, or they have a purpose for doing it. It's more of an infatuation. They just want to be part of the fraternity. And there's nothing wrong with it, except, you know, you should stay in your lane.
True.
If you're not a competitor, say it. If you're just breeding on paper, admit it. If you don't like what the breed was bred for, don't pretend like you do. You know, that's just, you know, that's dishonest. It just, a lot of things, like I said, are common sense to me, and it just doesn't make sense, you know, other than the fact that maybe they're tooting their own horn because they want to sell a bunch of puppies or something, and that's a problem now. A lot of people are selling dogs, and you know, they don't have the background to present the product like it should be presented, you know, or you know,
right.
When you say this is a bulldog, or, you know, this is a game bred dog, or something like that, they're just cliche words that they using to try and market something, you know.
Right. Well, another thing on that, since you're on that avenue, one thing is that I took out of it was when the guys, you know, don't want to accept the fact that what is real. You know what I mean? When we look at our yards, you have to also be true to your eyes. You know what I mean? These, you know, you can have a nice bred dog, and in your mind, you telling yourself, I know he's my dog. I know what he can do. That's why I breed my shit. I know what he can do. But that's a kennel blind person. You know what I mean?
Yep. And speaking on that, you know, if people were honest in that way, honest with themselves, honest about their dogs, if they called dogs that weren't worthy, and calling don't mean killing them, but just not allow them into their breeding program, you know, they would have better dogs. They would feel better about their yard.
Right.
They would appreciate their dogs more, you know, and it's just, you know, it goes back to that honesty thing and being true to yourself. You don't want to be kennel blind, because if you're in the so-called fast lane and you're kennel blind, or you're not honest with your dog, and you think he's better than what he is, when you compete, they're going to set you straight real quick.
Real quick.
What you thought you had is not going to be what you think it is. And that's the other thing about competition. When you're at that level, you're going to find out real quick where you stand. And if you ain't at that level and you get beat down, that should just be incentive for you to get better. You know, my dogs weren't what I thought they were. I'm gonna get better dogs.
That's right.
I'm gonna improve. I'm gonna improve my keep. I'm gonna improve my dogs. Because I want to reach that level. Nobody starts at that level. Very few, maybe if your dad was a dog guy or whatever, you know, but nobody starts at that level. Everybody has failures, and those failures should be learning.
Yes.
You know, a learning process.
Right.
You know.
That's right.
And you should acknowledge that you're going to have failures, accept it, and then do something about it. Get better. Because, you know, going back to the breed again, the people that brought them over here and the people that were involved in it, they weren't scientists, and they weren't doctors, and they weren't highly educated people, and they weren't rich. They're just regular, everyday, hardworking people. That's it. So the point to that is, if regular people can do it, if someone else can do it, I can do it too. It's not rocket science, even though there's a lot involved in it, and it can be complicated. But if you have that competitive spirit, and you're a hardworking person, or whatever your background is, you can get there. It's not it's not a gentleman's club where only certain people, can apply. Anybody can do it. And most of the people that did, like I said, they're just regular people, but we have that thing in common. You're a competitor. You want to win. You don't like losing. And you want to be the best. It's that simple.
Win or lose. As long as you lose good. That's all I say. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
When you lose, try to lose good. Know that you're not going to go in there. Now, me personally, I've seen a lot of dogs that were good dogs that just got outclassed. It's fast lane. You expect that because it can come out of the woods at any time. And that's the fun of the competition to me. The wonder, like NFL football Sunday night, it's any man's game. Nobody can can come in there and knock off number uno seat, because it don't take but one good one to come in there and do that. And that can happen anytime that you walk inside them walls and there's somebody standing across from you. Don't ever get so confident unless you sitting up there with Queen of Heart or a Pandy. A lot of us, I felt like that with Brat. I wish somebody would be able to act like they're going to be rougher than her. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to see it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know when you got that.
Because there's so many factors involved. It's like the question came up, or the topic came up last week. Is anyone undefeated? And I don't know if they saw my comment, but my comment was, if somebody is undefeated, that just means that they didn't match enough dog.
That's right.
Because like Bill Fiddler, he's an old dog guy. We were talking one day, and he said, Richard, if you're in the dogs long enough, everything's going to happen to you. So you name any top guy in the history of the breed, whether it's Earl Tudor or Danny Burton or Don Mayfield, or Ronald Boyles or whoever it is, they've lost. And not just one. They've lost a bunch. But what makes them the best is their consistency. They've won a whole lot more than they lost.
That's true.
And they were consistently good. Everybody screws up. Everybody messes up a keep. Everybody messes up a dog. Everybody does something wrong. You have dogs quit. You have dogs jump the box. You have dogs with freak accidents where leader gets hit, or they get their leg broke on the opening release. All kinds of things happen. But at the top level, you're consistent. You're consistent with your dogs. You're consistent with your keep. You accept, even though you hate it, that you're going to lose or you have lost, and it's going to happen more than once, more than twice. But you're also, in your mind that your win percentage is way higher than your loss percentage, and you're going into the best that you can go into, and sometimes you just run into a better opponent. And that's the thing too. When you lose, in my mind, I always wanted to do things right. If I did my part, it was up to the dog. If I didn't do my part, then I'm gonna have that guilt afterwards that I did something wrong. I fucked up. But if you do everything right and you meet a better opponent that day, that there's no shame in that. There's no guilt. It happens, and it's gonna happen. And that should just be incentive for you to come back and want to get them back or do better with a different dog,
Hey, Schoolboy, I got a super chat from Game Boy Incorporated. It says, what are the top 5 breeders of all time according to you?
According to, let's see. This is off the top of my head, so it might change, but I would say Colby, Tudor, Boyles, Carver. How many is that? That's 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say OTK.
OTK.
That's out of sentimentality. OTK.
What's that mean? What's OTK mean?
Old Town Kennels.
Old Town Kennels. Okay.
Nobody heard of them except me.
Well, you know, when you say that, I'd be going to look them up. Now I'm going to go check now. Who's OK Kennels?
Yeah, go check, see what you can find. There's very little. And another thing that has come up in your chat, and it always comes up in conversation, is there's a lot of guys that people haven't heard about, just like there's a lot of dogs that people haven't heard about, you know. I could name a dozen of them. And that's just the nature of the game. A lot of people didn't want the notoriety. They didn't report their matches. You hardly even know who they are. Unless you know somebody that knows them or you know them personally, they're not well known. I talk about Mr. Gray sometimes, you know. One of the best, if not the best conditioners I ever seen. OTK is another one. You want to talk about old town, all around dogman that did everything from you name it. And I'm talking traveling thousands of miles, all that stuff. He did it. And there is not just him. Another guy named Tom has done the same thing. And I'm talking crossing continents. Very few people even know who they are or heard of them. That's just part of the nature of the game too. They don't want the notoriety and they don't care about it. They're in it for the dogs. They did it for their dog because they like it. Same thing, competitor, all that. But they're not well known and they don't want to be well known.
Well, I always felt like, you know, like back in the day when we was doing it in the journal, right? It wasn't like how could you not be when you report matches? You know what I mean?
Right.
And then even those who don't want to be known, if you're going to run into a top competition like me, you're going to be known because I'm going to report you. You ain't going to tell me not to.
Yeah. See, that's my historian side, you know.
Right, but I got a point though, right?
Right. When I talk about, you know, like registering dogs or something,
okay,
it's for the history. Keep the breed so that the knowledge is there. And that's the way I felt about reporting matches or having them written down somewhere for the history of the breed so that we can look back in the future. You know, I had that foresight. We can look back in the future and see what the hell happened and who did what. You know, if not for that, all that stuff would be lost.
Oh, that's not the truth. That's why I'm going to, and we're going to, I'm gonna love to have you on the show when we go back down through the journals. You know, I start pulling out those matches like I did before. I want to go to some of the old advertisements. You know what I'm saying? And look at the kind of dogs that was breeding. Then we go and check pairs online and see if these dogs that did anything that was all up in there. I want to start showing these guys because they don't have that out here right now.
Right. But, you know, and I respect a lot for doing that because it's important. You know, and accuracy is important, and if it's not kept at least at the back of our minds, it's lost, and that's the other thing about some of these people that didn't want that notoriety. Their history is going to be lost when people like me or you or whoever, when we get old and pass on, or we're not involved anymore. You know, those names are going to be lost. Those dogs are going to be lost.
That's true.
And I'm talking top dogs, 4-time winners, 6-time winners, 8-time winners, 7-time winners. Nobody ever heard of them. Beating the names that we talk about, you know, the top guys in the past, they just didn't want it. And that I kind of, you know, I kind of lament over that because a lot of that history is going to pass. You know, unless I put it in a book, which I'm trying hard to do as much as I can. You know, I have another book coming out. It's going to cover, you know, old timers and top competitors. Some of them, you know, dogs that people probably didn't hear of. So it's important to me at least to put it down somewhere so that it's available in case anybody's interested in reading about it. You know.
Hey, I got a question for this is Twin One. I got a question for both of you guys. Gameness is something that I see a lot that people have all these different interpretations of. You know, it's hard for me. I see it when I'm looking at saying a dog is game. But I'm saying that that's going to be based off of something that I have seen. Right? I'm not just going to say a dog is game if I haven't seen him push to those limits. So when we're trying to define the word game, how game a dog is, how would you guys put a meaning to how to like regulate or determine the gameness of an American Pitbull Terrier?
Right.
Start with you, boy.
I'll say this, and I've said this before, and the people probably heard it, they get tired of hearing it. If you know what gameness is, you don't question it. If you don't know what gameness is, you're going to be searching your whole life, you ain't never going to find it. And there's different interpretations of what people call gameness, their own point of view, or even how they explain it. But for me, it's a thirst to finish their opponent. It's that undenying will, under whatever circumstances, they're always trying to finish their opponent. We can argue about it all day long. That's the way I look at it. For me, gameness isn't dogs that lie around and go, not necessarily, some dogs show a lot of gameness, a lot of ability going long distance. But just because a dog went 2 hours doesn't mean it's game. Just because a dog, made 10 scratches doesn't mean it's game. They have to forever and always, in my opinion, always trying to finish their opponent. Always doing something, always being busy. Doesn't matter if they got broke leg, doesn't matter if they're behind, ahead, rattled, beat up, winning. I don't care what the circumstances are. As long as that's their intent in their mind to finish their opponent, that's to me what gameness is. And it has to do with being hurt and being tired and being fatigued and frustrated and all that. But if their intent isn't to get in there and try and end it, then to me, that's not a game dog. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, Mo, your opinion?
My opinion is I don't talk about it. I got to see it before I start talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like schoolboy. You went an hour and a half, you went 2 hours, really don't make your game, like you said, because sometimes somebody come in there with a whole lot of ability and you quit in 30 on this dog. You went 2 hours with this dog, but you stopped in less than 30 on this dog. What's the difference? One thing for sure, he wasn't game.
Exactly.
He wasn't game. He would have been game if they said he got smashed, but he's kept his head forward, coming in there, getting whacked every time until he got picked up or he couldn't go no more. But to do it and come to that conclusion and quit, and it happens to the best, don't it, schoolboy? There's a lot of them out there to be out there, and I'm gonna tell you, back in our time, big kennels went after each other with their champions. And that was how deep competition was. When you got grand champions going into grand champions and a whole bunch of champions going into each other, that's when the game is really being built strong. That's mano on mano. And do you know what it takes for two big kennels with them two great dogs to come together? It's not the fact that you're going to have a loser. To me, the excitement is like, pay-per-view and you got a big show on the card.
Exactly.
So anytime...
Exactly, because, again, you're talking about competition.
Right.
So they want to go into each other. We wanted to do that. You're going to bring your best. You're going to bring what you consider top level, whether it's a champion, grand champion, one-time winner, whatever it is. It's a top level dog.
Right.
You're not going to, I wouldn't go into Danny Burton with an average dog. If he's not that game finishing type that has a lot of ability and air and all the traits I'm looking for and wrestling ability and all that, why do it? There's no point to it. And there's even no point for Danny to do that. I mean, that's nothing for him to get a win like that. It doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So when you're when I went into to LA Dream Team or Smith and Walton or Scratch and Stitch or Mr. K or Chainsaw or Vinny, you know, I expected them to bring their absolute best, and they expected the same from me. Because there's no point to it if you're not doing that. You just hand them the money. Why even lose a dog too? You know?
Right.
So that's part of that competition. That's part of that competitive mindset. You know, sometimes, you know, and this happens a lot too. You don't know who you're going in. You don't know who your opponent is. When you're part of a convention or you just put your weight out, whoever picks it up, you're getting it.
That's how I saw it. That's just being real. Because you're
right. So you might have a one-time winner going into a champion. You might have a grand champion going into a champion.
Yeah.
You might have whatever it is. But whatever it is I'm bringing and you're bringing, we consider to be the best we got.
Right.
And hopefully better than what someone else has, you know. And the only way to prove it, again, is in that box. That was the only way to prove it. You can roll your dogs all day long, and a breeder can check his dogs in his own yard. Mm-hmm. But the difference is in competition, it plays out to the end.
Right.
It plays out till one dog quits, you pick him up, he runs away or whatever the hell happens under the rules, it's going to play out to the end. And that's the difference from just testing your dogs in your own yard. Because when people say, well, I check my dogs, you know as well as I do, most people, you're not going to check them like it's in a match. Because there's nothing on the line except your own dogs, you know. There's no conditioning, there's no money, there's no pride, there's no I want to beat you and you want to beat me. There's none of that involved. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. People do that. I did that with some dogs I didn't compete with. But most of the dogs in my pedigrees I did compete with. Most of them had a record. And that's just the biggest difference from I checked my dogs and I competed with my dogs.
Okay, I got first of all, I want to give a shout out to my main man, Big Steppin', Welcome Down Ram, for the super chat. Another thing, fellas, I'm seeing a lot of stuff going on in the chat. I can't get to all the questions, that's why I prefer. If you use the super chat, you will get priority, get your questions asked, and they will get answered. My next question to you, Mr. Garcia, and twin, Mo, is conditioning. Now, I watched your show on the little convention thing you went to, and you asked one of the guys a question about conditioning, and he had made a comment. You didn't really get into it because of one of the legendary guys, and I understood where you was coming from. But I got a chance to ask you, when you're conditioning, what determines the amount of rest that you give your dog during your keep? Now, you know I got you keep, right?
Right.
So you know I went and looked at it after I heard you say what you said on your show.
Right.
So I'm going to give you a chance to fill that in for me so the guys can understand if they've seen the show or just get a better idea of why you condition and rest the dog the way you do it. And I'm going to start with you, Schoolboy, and Mo, you can pick it up after he's finished.
Okay. I'll put it this way. I've explained it before. Hopefully I get it right again. You know, when I condition my dogs, you know, when you condition a dog, when you first take them out, they're going to get to a point where they blow out. They blow hot. They start breathing. They open their mouth, start breathing. That could be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it is. That's your marker right there. Then as I'm working my dog, he's going to recoup on the fly. He's going to recuperate from that, catch his breath, and when he first comes out, his heart rate's going to go up. When he blows out, he's going to recoup on the fly, and his heart rate is going to return back to almost normal. So I mark that time. After the workout, I'm going to walk him out to cool down. That's going to take a certain amount of time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is, till his heart returns back to normal, till his breathing becomes normal, closes his mouth, breathe through his nose. Keep the same thing, but the difference is it's going to take him longer to blow hot at the beginning of your workout, and it's going to take him a shorter amount of time to cool down after the workout is done. When that happens, that gives me a measure of how good a shape my dog is in. If those 2 factors don't come into play, or those 4 factors don't come into play, I fucked up. And the rest is based on that. If everything's going smooth, I gave them my 1-day rest. If it didn't, then they might need another day of rest. But I never rested a dog 3 days in a row. To me, it was too much. That's too much. Because in my mind, in my experience, the dog has to regroup, get back to where he was before. And even in my own self-conditioning, if I'm in good shape, I rest 1 day, that's good. I might need 2 days, that's good. But at the 3rd day, I'm tired. I'm sore when I go out and do my workout. It wasn't the same. So I use that as a measure to that's how I did my dogs. 1 or 2 days in a row was fine. 3 days for me was too much. And other people, you know, you have different ways of conditioning dogs. Some people do 2 days on, 1 day off. 3 days on, 2 days off. And it varies. It can vary. You can do that too. But that was my way of doing it because I wanted everything on time. And what that did was lead me up to the show. So I'm working 6 days a week. Friday is the rest day because Saturday is the show. So I want them rested before the show. So as you do that over 6 week, 8 week period, whatever it is your keep is, the dog in his mind, in his clock, without realizing it, is mentally conditioning himself to do that. I'm going to work. I'm going to increase the work. I'm going to rest, and then I'm going to come out, balls out, and give it everything I got. And towards the end of the keep, I'm just giving them 2 or 3 days to rest. On Saturday, the week before the show, that Saturday before the show, if the show is on a Saturday, that's their hardest workout. Then I cut the work in half. Sundays half, Mondays half, Tuesdays half, like that. Wednesdays half, and I'm going to rest Thursday and Friday and go to the show. When you rest, even sometimes I'll rest them on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And all I did was walk them out. And what that does, that nervous energy, they want to do something, but I'm not letting them do that. So that nervous energy builds that peak. Also, that's kind of the drying out period. They're gonna excrete whatever they got, and they're gonna come down the weight, and then I'm gonna hit the mark, hopefully right on time on that show day. It just had a way of doing it. I don't know the physics behind it. I'm not a scientist. I can't. But just over a period of time, doing it over and over and over again, that was the best way for me to implement my keep.
Okay. Mo, I'm in total agreement through the 6 days. I'm a 6-day man myself. I am also...
See, me and Mo, you know, we agree on a lot of things. You know, like he's I've heard him say in the past, you know, he wants his dog busy. He wants that pace. And in my mind, I wanted my pace to be faster than my opponent because that means that their keep or their condition is going to wear out before mine. I'm still fresh. I'm still going. I wanted my dogs always busy, always doing something. I don't even care what it was.
That's it.
I don't like them coming out of hold. I don't like them turning. They should scratch hard. They should scream in the corner. But that pace matters because if they can keep it up longer than their opponent, you're going to win. There's just no way around it. You know, and it doesn't mean blowing 100 miles an hour. That's where that keep comes in because they learn through the keep how to control their breathing, how to control their heart rate, still at a faster pace than, say, their opponent would. That's key. because in the dog's mind, he doesn't have a clock in that sense. So he should be able to do that all day long if he has to. Right. He has no way of thinking, well, it's been an hour, I'm getting tired. No. They just keep going and going and going. They don't have that. It's almost like a subconscious thing, like Pavlov's dog. They do it because that's what they've been taught to do, or that's what they've learned to do. So there's no stopping it. So once my dog is peaked and ready to go, he's emptied out. From that point on, he should be able to go for however long it takes, and hopefully it don't take that long.
That's right.
Nobody likes to be there all day, but you also have to keep it in your mind that, hey, you might have to. Once in a while, you're going to have to do it. So you better have the dog in the conditioning to be able to do that when that happens.
That's right. And
I had several matches over 2 hours, and I've seen others go 3 hours. Good matches. Most of them are not, because they get out there and they get, to a point where, okay, they're all blowed out. Now you're just laying around, or you're doing stuff, and you're standing there, you're going forward a little bit, I want them to be busy the whole way. And when they settle down, they may pause for a little bit, and when they recoup on the fly again, they're going to get back on it and try and finish their opponent. Not just going through the motions, but actually trying to do something intent.
I can say this much about knowing what you heard. Imagine this now. My final week, the week of, I'm not doing anything. I'm doing nothing but a little hand walking. So you can imagine if I'm taking a whole week off, the week of, I'm not doing nothing the week of. Imagine what those other 7 weeks was like. Imagine what I was putting this body through to give him a whole week before. You see what I'm saying? When I say I went for the stress, I went for maximum stress. I'm using steroids. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Garcia? If you're using steroids and you know how to use them, you're going to get maximum performance. And you know why? Because we're going to do it 6 days a week. And it's going to be a program. And there's a pattern.
No, you're right.
And I'm a mad scientist.
You're right. Here's something that people think, and again, unless you have the experience, they think if you take that amount of time off, some people take longer, believe it or not. Some people take 2 weeks off because they got a 12-week keep.
Right.
Or even longer, right? They think they're going to lose their conditioning if you take that time off. They don't. That conditioning carries over after the show. They hold that conditioning, hopefully, throughout their life, which makes the next keep easier and the next one easier. And it's just something that once you put them through that, whether you using steroids or not, they hold it. It stays with them. And it's kind of like a gym rat. They're always in good shape. They're always in, as long as you don't let them get fat or lazy, or don't do nothing with them, they're going to hold it. They do that. That happens with horses, happens with roosters, it happens with pit bulls.
It happens with people.
Stays with them. Right.
Definitely happens with people,
So that rest, that last week, what that is doing is allowing them to come up to peak.
Yes.
That's all it is. They want to kill something, you ain't letting them happen. Letting that happen. So what it does to their mind is it just builds and builds and builds. And I mentioned this too. My dogs will go off their water when they're coming to peak. They don't want to drink water.
Yeah, you're right. You're sure right. Mine naturally dry themselves out. That's right. That's when you know you got good work in them, though. That's when you know you got good work in them. Right.
So if you relate that to, let's say, predators in the wild, that's how they hunt. They may try and hunt a couple of days after they ate. I'm talking about, say, lions or wolves, because they don't eat every day most of the time. So they're going to miss their prey early on in that process. But as the days go by and they don't want water and they don't have food, they're coming up to peak. And all it does is make them sharper and quicker and faster and stronger, because they have the nutrients in them you're not going to starve in 2 or 3 or 4 or even 5 days. They have those nutrients in their body. But what happened mentally and physically is they're coming to peak. and then they catch the prey and kill it.
That's right.
That could be related to their hunger. It could be related to their mental, whatever it is. But that's the process they go through. You know, predators like that. And it's the same thing with the dog. They're hungry when we put them in that box.
Yes, they are.
They're dried out when we put them in that box. They're keen and sharp. And you can see their focus. You can see the way they walk. You can tell by looking at them if they're in good shape or not. I had a question like that I put up. Most people said, nah, you can't tell. How you can tell by looking at them? You can tell. I can tell. Maybe they can't, but I can tell. And the first time I saw Mr. Gray put a dog together, he brought it out to weigh it up. I could tell the dog was in good shape, and it proved it in the show. It's just you get an eye for it, and you look at the mannerisms, and a lot of it is their focus. They want to kill something, man. Mm-hmm. You can put a bucket of water in front of them. They won't drink it. They don't want it.
That's what I liked it about Brat. I mean, Brat mama was a bad bitch. I will always say that about her mama. But I swear to God, Brat made up for her mama. Because that was not one of the most intense bitches you ever wanted to see. I mean, when it was time for her to go, you already knew they would look at her and just tell, yeah, this is this bitch right here, because she is on focus. She's got this crazy look in her eyes. You know, she ain't moving.
You know, sometimes they'll be chattering, they'll be slobbering, you know, just biting at the you know what I mean? Just and the reason I mentioned Brat, because my buddy, and I won't say who he is, you know, he's seen a few of your dogs, and he said, man, she stood out, Richard. She's as good as you need. You know, she was just a badass bitch. I don't even know which opponent it was, but it just stuck in my mind that he mentioned that because I heard you say it on your show. You know,
yes,
it's just some validity. You know,
right.
And that's what happens with dog guys too. You know, they may not give you props to your face because that's just the way people are. You know, when you're in it. But when they're talking to other people and somebody mentions something and or some badass bitch, whether it's Brat or Tornado or you know, Grand Champion Samson or whoever it is, they can't deny that's a bad motherfucker, man. She was a bad bitch, you know.
Right.
And you get that eye. You can tell the difference. And that's not taken away from any other good dog or even her opponent.
Right.
Her opponent or her opponents were probably good dogs, maybe even great dogs. She was just at that level that she was better than all three. That happens, you know. And I think everyone deserves to at least have one like that, because in the grand spectrum of things, it's only a handful of dogs that we have that we put at that level, or that other people put at that level. You know, that's common. I don't care if you're Maurice Carver or Earl Tudor.
Right.
You know, that's just the way it is. There's only so many dogs that stand out that are freaks of nature, or that are super dogs, or whatever you want to call them. That's just, you know, whatever the reason is, that's just the way it plays out. You know.
Right. And one thing about it, I mean, genetic wise, you know, I looked at I always thought it was the red ace from Supernat, Grand Champion Ace, that back end style. But then when you look back at some of Mayday's better female champions like May and Chanel, you know what I'm saying? Them bitches was destroying shit quick.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They was on that type of level, but you know what was it? This is what was crazy about it. They had that crazy ass Brat look. You know what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
That look. You know when they come in there, it's just the look. You know that they get ready to go. They get ready to run through some shit. Now May, you knew it. Chanel, you knew it. Annabelle, you knew it, because when you see them, that was one thing about the Mayday dogs, man. It's just like they had this one genetic part about them, and that was the focus of their drive. They were. If they had it in them, when they unleashed it, they unleashed a whirlwind of storm. Okay, and every one of those dogs were quick winners. You know, you weren't gonna be in there 40 minutes with one of them, because they would literally destroy you. But they had that look, and it's a characteristic that I've seen
that you didn't see in a lot of Mayday females. But I'm gonna tell you who was throwing them and throwing them and did a great job going down the line. Luke Kane. That Miss Luca. Yeah. Hey, I'd like to give a shout out to my man, Hardy Dog from PA for the super chat, sir. What's up, Hardy Dog? What's up? But okay, on that back to the conditioning part of everything basically what Schoolboy was saying, the philosophy. The only thing different in what I did, you know, on those, I did the 6 days. I kept them under stress until they got used to stress. You know, like in the Marine Corps, when they put that rifle in my hand, that rifle, I'm already 100, probably about 101. I came out of boot camp at 105. So imagine them giving me an M16 telling me to hold it like this and march. Excuse me. The rifle was heavy as hell, y'all. But this drill instructor was on me every day, making sure they didn't go tilt up too high like I'm trying to make it easier or let it tilt through. He wanted to make sure I held that mug. And you know, day after day after day after day, guess what? My body, it grew to carry that rifle. It adjusted to make my march because it was not going to change. She was going to make me march with this rifle, and my body adjusted to it. And I always remember, along with my body adjusting, it took my mind. You know, when I'm struggling, I'm still fighting because, you know, I'm being pushed, and I know damn well if I drop this rifle down, this man allowed to slap the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Marine Corps Parris Island. You will get slapped. So I was too worried about letting that rifle do nothing but exactly what he said, because he'd take the rifle and butt me in the head with it if I start slacking or acting like I'm trying to quit. And that goes for any other soldier who act like they didn't get it. So I learned a lot of that mental stress. And me, I'm gonna tell you now, I put weights on my dogs and through their keep, and I'm telling you, them weights never did come off. I mean, never did come off. I mean, when they jumped up on any activity, they carrying 11 pounds. I didn't care how small you was or how big you are. You maybe be carrying 15 if you got damn around 60 pounds. You see what I'm saying? And you're carrying 15 pounds of weight every day. And I'm blowing your ass out on a treadmill on top of that, going for maximum. I'm breaking you down. Now imagine when you start getting used to that. Not only a pace, but a pace with all that weight on you. Imagine how this dog is going to feel in week 6, going into week 7 when I'm picking him out, right? And the weights are gone. He has a whole week of peeking out now with no weights.
Exactly.
He is born. Go ahead, Schoolboy.
I'm going to say that speaks to the genetics, and that speaks to the breeding, and that speaks to the individual and the whole family of dogs. If you introduce all that to your dogs and you raise them that way and you condition them that way, it's going to become part of their DNA.
Period.
That's right. The way they are.
That's right.
So unless you put your dog through stress, and some of this stuff, like if you watch my video on schooling dogs, you know, it has a lot. I didn't really get into it, but it has a lot of those same ways of thinking.
Right.
So if you're easy on them, you know, they're going to be sissified. If you're tough on them, they're going to be tough.
Yes.
They're going to be durable. They're going to be able to they're going to become accustomed to that stress, or it's almost natural to them. It's still stress, but they're going to be able to take it because they were introduced to it, and it becomes a part of them.
That's right. They trust
generation after generation.
Yes.
That's the way they are. And it's just, again, that's a part of breeding. That's a part of genetics. And that's why, again, go back to what we were talking about. If you don't do that to them, you don't know what you got. They're not going to be able to do it. So as you go through that process, you're going to weed out the weaker ones. You know, the strong will survive.
That's right.
And the ones that make the grade, that were able to deal with that, to go through that, conditioning, schooling, whatever it is, those are the ones that are going to rise to the top. Those are the ones you're going to use, and those are the ones you're going to breed, and those are the ones you're going to compete with. And that's how you up the level and the quality of your family of dogs. Because I've gotten dogs from other people, grown dogs that were schooled out, use them in matches. They couldn't go through my keep just because they were raised differently than mine.
Yeah.
I had to back off because they couldn't take it. It's too much for them.
Yeah.
They weren't put through all the shit I put mine through. So I had to learn, hey, you know, I can't do that with every dog. I can do that with my dogs because that's the way they were raised. That's the way they were bred. Those are the individuals they come by. But other people didn't always do that.
That's why when you look at them pictures of those dogs, Brat and Elrod and Buck Rogers and those dogs, man, when you look at those dogs, you can tell it wasn't just the keep, it was the life.
They look different. They look different from just a regular pit bull. They look different from other people's pit bulls. And that's what I'm saying. You can look at a dog and tell. You know, you can tell the muscle tone. You can tell the focus. You can tell the bone structure on them. Their head, their legs, their stifle, all that. Even their tail is different. You can't get that from just a regular animal. You can't get that, you know, the difference between a thoroughbred racehorse and just a regular old horse.
Right.
Big difference. So, you know, that you know, I hope people are understanding what we're talking about. And if not, they can go through the process and see for themselves. See if what we're saying is the truth or if we're talking bullshit. I've never had somebody come back and tell me that's bullshit, schoolboy. You know, they usually come back and tell me it worked. And now I see what you're talking about. And I've changed some things and I've done some things. And it makes a difference. Because that can only come from experience. You can have all the good ideas, and you may even be right about your ideas or the way you want to go about doing things. But if you don't do it, it doesn't matter. You don't go through that process, and you don't have those type of individuals. It doesn't matter. They're not going to be able to deal with it. They're not going to be able to work through that stress or become accustomed to it. They're going to fall out. So that would tell me I better get some better dogs. I better breed some better dogs.
Yeah, I've caught them on. I've conditioned other people's dogs, and I have seen them quit drawing the keep. And if you quit on me drawing the keep, then I'm telling you, when you go down and all things go bad against you, if you quit on the keep, you're gonna quit in a match. And I have not been wrong yet. How about mine? I've seen them quit in the keep.
Yeah, there we go, agreeing on some, you know. I tell people, my dog quitting in the key, I don't like, he ain't gonna make it. He's gonna quit in the match.
That's right.
Other people agree with me, other people don't. I never let my dogs stop during the workout. I don't care what kind of workout it was. I didn't push them hard enough where they're gonna quit, but I also didn't allow the workout to stop. You know, I really didn't. You know, I wouldn't work a dog till it blew out and it's laying on the fucking ground, laying on the, you know what I mean? And even if I put, like you're saying, I get someone else's dog and they would quit on me in the keep or just not want to work after a certain point.
Right.
That's a bad sign, man. That's right. You know.
And that one, especially when you go try to get some help. Now I know you still standing here. You ain't laying out. You standing there. You know what I'm saying? Don't be standing there now. And then I'll bring a dog up on you and you still standing there? You still standing? Oh, okay.
No, that's not good. That's not good, no.
That is not good.
If they're gonna, like you said, if they quit in the workout, they're gonna quit in the show, man. They ain't, it's a lot different. You know?
Hey, schoolboy, I won two with her. After a second one, I told him, man, y'all better take her home as a 2-time winner, because this one right here, I didn't see her quitting the keep. But her ability's been getting her by. Going for number 3, I told him, don't do it. Don't do it, because we seen it in her second one. And you know when you see it and they got away with it, they're going to quit quicker the next time.
Yep. You better count your blessings, get out of there, and leave them alone.
And I tried to tell him that.
Yeah, you push them again, then you're going to see it. And you're probably going to see it a lot quicker than the previous match. You know, it's going to come out because they're going to have that memory of it, muscle memory of it, fatigue memory, pain, whatever it is, curve memory. It's going to come out, and it usually comes out quicker.
And she did just that. She did just that, going for her championship. Did exactly what she got to that point that I seen her quit in the key. Winning, shut down. I mean, turn completely off and then quit. Didn't even have to. Probably had another 5 minutes in, and she probably got declared one because she stripped her clean. But I saw it in her second one that if she couldn't get you out of there quick enough, I seen her attitude change. And then she did it in the keep where she got to this one point and she just stopped. You know, I mean, I can understand the stress, but you ain't standing there hacking like that, standing on all fours, just standing there. And then when I bring one to you, you still standing there looking. She did it in 48 going for a championship, man.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. And you know, again, this is in the back of my mind because people will make excuses for their dogs. You know, you can have a cur dog win. Their excuse is, well, he won. You know, and it's always in the back of my mind that, you know, if this dog, a good one, went through all that shit, showed durability and toughness and heart and all that, and the other one, and this other one don't, why would I keep the other one, even if he won? What's the point in that? You see they're going to quit. Right. You know they're going to quit. So like you said, you know, take that win, get the hell out of there, and don't do them again. But some people don't look at it that way, or they don't see what we see. And again, unless you've done enough of them, or you've seen enough of them, you don't have that mindset to do that.
Well, it was a sad day to see her lose that way. You know, first thing they want to do is look at me. I told you. Hey, I tried to tell y'all. Hey, I try to see it. I try to see it on my yard. I used to try to see it free on my yard all the time.
Yeah.
They should have called me the cur hunter because that's all I hunted for, curs. You know what I mean? P54 bum, Papa coming on the run. I'm going to on a Saturday. I'm coming through here.
Yeah. You know, this friend of mine, he used to come to the house a lot. He had some good dogs, you know, champions and all that, you know. He used to come to the house back in the day. Well, not too long ago, he's talking to another guy, another dog man, you know. And he was telling him, and the guy he was talking to told me this story. And he said, you know, our buddy Richard, we were talking the other day, and he said he used to go to your house, and he said you were culling dogs that he would have took home, man, you know? And I said, yeah, I was, you know, people say they're hard on their dogs, this and that. I just had certain standards and ways of doing things and expectations and knew what was good and what wasn't. Or somebody else, you know, not the same way, they would have took those dogs, and maybe they would have bred them and they'd done something with them, but they just weren't good enough. And it's the same thing with some dogs I competed with. They were good enough to compete and win with, but they weren't good enough for breeding. There was something about them I didn't like, some trait that they didn't have, or some fault that I thought was too much. So, yeah, I would win with them, but I wouldn't breed them. You know, it's just that way. They had to be a certain type and a certain way and carry certain traits and be able to pass those traits on. And if they weren't, they'd be culled, man. You know, other people liked them, and other people would get them and do something with them, but not me, you know. So it was just, I didn't know that at the time, but it was, you know, I was just doing my thing. But it was kind of funny, you know, that he said that, you know, that you know, there were dogs that he would have took home, and I was calling them, man. It just, you know. But you don't have the success to be at the top level if you don't do things a certain way.
That's right.
Anybody can breed. You can breed a whole shitload of curs. You're going to get some good dogs. It's just in the nature of the breed. They just come out. But you ain't going to have those high percentages. You ain't going to have those litters where you got 5 or 6 in the litter that turn out. You're going to have a bunch of champions, brand champions, or produce dogs that other people can take and win with them and make champion and grand champion and all that. It just ain't going to happen. And I learned that not just from pit bulls, but from every sporting animal you can think of, whether it's horse racing or trotters or greyhounds or cockfighting, whatever it is. That was one thing that I had in common with those other people, is those same standards. Mm-hmm. You want to be at the high level, and you got to have the record to back it up. If you don't, then you're just talking.
Right.
You know.
That's true. Hey, I want to pull up this pedigree, y'all. I mean, since we was on that tonight, I want to pull up, and the dog that I wanted to pull up was Yellow John. I'm gonna tell you why I wanted to pull up Yellow John. There's a reason why I wanted to pull up Yellow John, is because of his breeding. And we're talking about those genetics and moving forward. You know what I'm saying? And I would have to say this, it's not more of the Yellow John that I wanted to discuss. It was more of the Red Boy and how they produced Yellow John. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Garcia? I don't know if you can see it or not. But
I can't see it, but I remember. Just read the breed, and I'll remember it.
It's Red Boy to Red Feather, Marlowe's Red Feather. You know, and Yellow John is triple bred. He's triple Red Boy. Right. Okay, they bred Red Boy to Cleo, then Red Boy to Cat, his daughter, and then Red Boy to Red Feather. All daughters. It's him breeding back to his daughters. And the reason why I use that as, going into the Yellow John is, this one thing that the yellow dogs had that was coming off the Yellow John was that crazy gameness. Now, to me, it's the same kind of gameness that I seen when they took that crazy Jeep gameness and put with the Red Boy gameness. Right. You know what I mean? And even with Mr. Matlin, okay, look at their dog, Outlaw now. Great dogs. With that Red Boy, do you think it was the particular way that they bred that particular breeding, that it was able to really branch out? And I mean, even as effective as of even today, it's one of the very few lines that you can count on. Right. I think, a lot of it, because if you look at Red Feather and some of the other Red Boy bitches like Brandy Girl, I like the Brandy Girl stuff, mm-hmm. Bingo and Champion, I forgot his name. Anyways, all that, Hunter Red and all them come down from Brandy Girl. Right. And if I remember correctly, Red Feather is related. A lot of them females were related in some way, litter mates or daughters or whatever, right? So that particular line of Red Boy, there's commonality in it. And I would guess, even speaking with Katie Marlowe, that intensity, that psychosis almost, that wild, like feral kind of attitude, behavior, that had a lot to do with their heart. Just the almost insane type of dogs. Right. Screaming wild like that. So I think that was captured in those breeds, the Red Feather stuff with the Yellow John and Brandy Girl stuff with the Red Boy. Red Boy's a common denominator, but as far as the females go, there's commonality in their relationship. And there is with all of it, Mm-hmm. And even like the Houston, Bobo stuff and the Outlaw and all that. I think that trait you're talking about, I think it's common in all of them. That's what allowed the breeders to move forward with that stuff with particular dogs, because not all of them are that way. Right. So again, they're choosing the ones that exhibit the traits or that particular trait and moving forward with it.
And you see, as you make your breedings that way, it's going to come out. It becomes a common factor in all the dogs that are related to each other. And you only pick the ones that have that. And like you're saying, the Jeep stuff, mine were crazy, psychotic. I had to teach them to keep how to pace themselves because they'd burn themselves out. Some of them, not all of them. But they all had that high intense, you know, virile psychosis almost, you know.
Right.
Anger, hate, whatever you want to call it. They exhibited that. That's the way I liked my dogs. And it had nothing to do with how they were with people. You know, my dogs didn't bite anybody, you know.
Right.
And even holding them in the corner, they would fight to get loose and wrestle around and this and that and scratch me, all that stuff. But they never bit me to let go. That's why one of the reasons I liked them so much was because of that. They had all the traits similar to the Eli dogs or the Bully Son dogs, but they would not bite you.
Right.
They'd fight like hell to get loose, but they wouldn't turn and bite you, you know? So that was a plus for me. And those are the types that I kept breeding and you know, that carried on generation after generation after generation.
Yeah, we didn't have to worry about that either, you know. I mean, I could get down in their face and I knew I was safe. They were, you know, but that was also part of, you know, that continuing repetition, something you do every day, you know what I mean, it becomes part of their lifestyle, and they know how to respond and react to certain things you do with them.
Right.
It's called,
you know,
I call it bonding.
You know, they just, you know, they get worked up and they just want to do what they want to do, and that's it.
Right.
And if you can physically handle them, and if you understand them, it's not a problem. I loved it, you know, because again, it just showed me my dogs were going to start, you know, because you go through that process where you have, well, at least I did, when you start out, dogs don't want to start, and you got to push their nose together, and they fuss around and do all. I hated that shit. I wanted to get away from that. So I got dogs that didn't show those type of behaviors. You know, I got dogs and I bred dogs that showed the behaviors I like. When they start, man, they're going to come out the gate. That's it. No hesitation, no waiting. And part of that is the way I raised them too and how I schooled them and all of that. But I just, you know, I wanted a different type of family of dogs. Right. And that was so important to me, not just because it's a good trait and it's impressive, but I wanted my dogs to start right now because I didn't want some accident to happen where they hit a bleed or, you know, they get cut or they break their leg or something, break a tooth or whatever can happen when they just hesitate, you know. I don't like hesitation in that respect. So when I face them up and I cut them loose, they're going to go across as fast as they can and go to work. No waiting, no playing around, none of that stuff.
That's right.
And again, that's part of genetics, is part of breeding. You just breed those individuals. Other people, they like a different type of dog, and that's okay. That was just my preference, you know. And you know, I learned to deal with it. Some of the negative sides, you know, because they're crazy and they make a lot of noise sometimes, you know. Yeah. But the benefits outweighed the whatever negatives they had, you know.
Hey, I want to give a special shout out to my other big brothers in the house, only in American Kennels, my man, Bakari.
What's up,
fam?
What's up, baby?
What's up, Bot? What's up, Ram, if you're still there? Salute to the chat, everybody. Thanks for joining in. Hit that stupid chat. I'll answer any damn question you ask.
Y'all heard you, man.
Hey, what you gotta say? Tell me something. Have you ever been to a show and you liked the dog that so much that you wanted to know how it was bred? You know what I'm saying? You've seen one in action and you like him so much you'd be like, I want to know how that dog is bred. You ever did that?
That's a good point. Yeah, more than once, because you know back in the day people didn't tell you how their dogs were bred.
Exactly. That's right. You got to hunt them down.
Just didn't. Now everybody, the first thing they want to do is show you their pedigree, you know.
Right.
And you know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but people were not open that way. Not only did I want to know how it was bred, I was pissed because that dog wasn't going home with me.
Yes.
You know.
I I catch them while they're enjoying the wind, run right up on, hey, baby, I love that dog. I need bread. Yeah, you know, I want to catch them. I don't want to catch them on the way once they get settled down. I want to catch them while they're still excited about the wind, want to brag a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's all about timing, you know. And some people, they work, and if you're, you know, they become acquaintances or whatever, friends or whatever. They'll tell you everything, but for the most part, they might tell you what blood it is, or you can even tell, okay, that's a Boleo dog or whatever.
Right.
But exactly how it was bred, they just didn't share that. You know, they just didn't cut it loose. They were private that way, and they didn't want others to know, which I can understand that. Mm-hmm. You know.
Well, a lot of them, and usually it's the ones that's doing that homework at home. You know, them the ones to be wanting to be the secretive. That's how we got a lot of our breedings ourselves. You know what I mean? We didn't run around telling everybody, you know, what we was doing, because we didn't want everybody running around breeding to the champions and grand champions that we was breeding to.
Yeah,
we let a few of them in.
That goes back again to way in the past. You know, people weren't. Even back then, you see a lot of those unknown peds, or, you know, like we're saying, they didn't share their pedigrees and like that. So a lot of times people just bred to a dog because they like the dog. They saw him perform, and they might get a pedigree on him later. They might not, but they saw with their own two eyes how the dog performed, and they wanted to breed to him. Mm-hmm. And they knew the dog, man. They might know what he's running, or they know he's a good conditioner, a good breeder, whatever. So they want that blood. And that was something that Boros told me way back in the day. You know, he said, Richard, whenever you breed outside your yard, you know, to a stud, see that dog with your own two eyes. Don't just look at the pedigree. Don't just take the person's word for it. Don't just listen to the stories about it or opinions and all that. See that dog in action and make your own judgment whether you want to breed to him or not, regardless of how he's bred, you know.
Well, I mean, sometimes it don't take nothing but the kennel. Because you give me a kennel like Schoolboy Ray. Come on, do I need to see anything? No, I don't need to see anything. You see what I'm saying?
That's true too. Yeah, same thing with me. You know,
go to hard.
Come from Ronald Boyle, I was good with it. You know, I did business with Don Broad. If he sent me a dog, said, Matt, sometimes I would look at it, sometimes I wouldn't. Mm-hmm. I mean, we might roll them one time. Sometimes I didn't. I just take their word because I knew they were stand up. They had good, solid dogs. So I'd use them. They tell me they're all screwed out. They're ready to go. Why am I going to put more time on them? Right. I just, okay, run with it, you know. You can't do that with everybody.
Right.
And even sometimes you're going to lose. But if they're solid people and they have solid dogs, they're going to send you something good because they want that dog to win too.
Right.
They want to see, and I was that way too. I wanted to see how my dogs did in other people's hands. It's one thing that I could do with them, do good with them. They're my dogs. I know them. I'm going to condition them the best. I'm going to make the best breedings, all that. But it was important for me also to put them in other people's hands and see how they did with them.
Right. And another major factor in knowing. Again, it really boils down to the concept of the formula and your way of thinking. Am I right?
You're right.
It just really boils down to that, and like you said, it all circles around the word competitiveness. They don't have the network to deal with that now, nor do they have, you know, nowhere that we're keeping up with the history. You know, and a lot of these pedigrees is gonna be dead, man. You know, they're going to get watered down because nobody knows where the great ones are.
Yep, that's a shame, you know, and I guess, you know, I would say, you know, you have to be really in the thicket of it to know. Yes. You know? And you have to know who you're getting them from, what they're doing. You know, even back in the day, I used to do a lot of traveling, and I saw different dogs, different guys. I went into different people, and you got to see a measure of quality good and bad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to see who was doing what, how they condition their dogs, who they're going into, how the dogs perform. That's all part of it. That's all important, you know. So that's one of the reasons why you try to go to as many shows as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And we were so wide open back in the day. You know, something was happening every weekend. There was so much of it that you couldn't make every one. You had to actually pick and choose which shows you want to go to, because they were happening all the time. And you know, it's just a matter of you know, you're gonna go see your friend acquaintance, or you want to go see this dog you heard about, or you ain't never seen this guy condition and handle dog, so you want to go check that out. Whatever it is, you had to make choices like that because there was so much of it, you know.
Yeah. That is so true. So true. Hey, Mike, I'm trying to see if we got any questions out there, schoolboy, and make sure we got everybody on point online. Mike stepped out the room, and when he do that, it'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
But, okay, another one I wanted to pull up, right, since we had him on the line, I wanted to pull up Jeep for a second. Just to put up, not just necessarily Jeep, but his siblings.
Okay.
Okay? And the reason why I'm going back through these is because we know these dogs that I'm pulling up has generated some of the greatest dogs of of our time.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And I used Red Boy and took off with the Yellow John. You know what I'm saying? But that
right.
Red Boy took off in many directions, but one notable direction, if it don't be for Yellow John, it would be no Yellow.
Right.
It would be no Mayday.
Right.
It wouldn't be no Luke Kane. It wouldn't be no Miss Luke Kane, Miss Luca. That's 4 grand champions right there.
Mm-hmm.
When we start saying ROM, that's a walk down. See, that's a bloodline. That's a strain of dogs that I'm talking about right there.
Right. There's a reason for that. You know, some dogs like Mayday and Jeep, they get a knock on them because, the people say they were bred a lot. Of course, they're going to throw good dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And my answer to that was, yeah, they were bred a lot, more than a lot of other dogs, but they produced a lot of good dogs. Not just a handful, not just a bunch, not just 100, a bunch of them.
Right.
Because again, the information Peds Online, a lot of it is not complete.
Right.
And there's dogs that were off of those dogs that nobody ever heard about, or that were not popular, or that nobody knew about. And that's just the nature of it too. That's one of my pet peeves. Nobody keeps fucking records.
Exactly.
It's just been that way with the pit bulls for forever. But there's other dogs that have been bred a lot or been bred and they don't throw shit. That's just the nature of it. So when you find something like a Jeep or a Mayday or a Yellow John, and Yellow John wasn't bred, like the other ones.
Right.
But his production rate was high as far as percentages go. And he was a champion, and he had litter mates that were good. And he produced champions and ROM dogs. And then you go to Mayday and his offspring and all that. You have Rodney and all them other dogs,
Yeah.
Producing dogs that were competed with that proved themselves in the box. So it only common sense that people would want those dogs and follow those dogs and have those dogs. It's not just the way they were bred, but it's based on their performance. Because there's a lot of well-bred dogs, like I said, they ain't worth the shit and they didn't throw nothing. Well, nobody's going to follow that unless you're just a peddler, So just by that very nature of the competition, that's what people are going to go for.
Right.
It wasn't, regardless of what happened with Bully Son, he produced a lot of good dogs,
It is.
And he died after he lost, so he didn't produce nothing after he died. What you got is what you got,
Yeah.
And still, under those conditions, he still produced a lot of good fucking dogs, And that Eli Blood or Bully Son or Eli Jr., whatever you want to call it, it's probably the most popular blood, going still today. Same with Mayday. It's up there second or whatever. and the Jeep Red Boy and all that. You know, they had long stretches of competition and production. So that's, in my mind, at least for competitors, that's why they go after that stuff, because it's proven, and it's proven to produce, and it's proven to win.
That's right.
You know, the whole litter of Jeep, and that's one of my breeding standards is, when I bred to a particular dog or more within the litter, they had to come from a litter that was a high percentage. Their parents had to be high percentage, the same way. Good litters, they had to be winners, champions, all that. They had to be producers, and the same thing for their grandparents. And when you do that, when you stack those traits like that, those standards like that, you almost can't miss. You're gonna get something out of it, as long as you kept competing with those dogs and breeding those ones that prove to produce. It's just natural that's going to happen. And that's another thing, you know, I don't know why people just going on the pedigree or breeding the dogs that ain't done nothing, or breeding to stuff because, you know, I like it, or it's old blood, you know, it's the last of its kind, it's the last of its bloodline, this and that. There's a reason it was last. It ain't no good. Let it go, leave it alone, move on to something better, you know?
Mm-hmm. I was sitting up here going through, like right now, I'm over here on the Jeep part of this, right? And I'm going to tell you where I went. I went and pulled up the siblings. So I'm on Champion Missy now, Jeep's sister. I go down here and I see Chinaman bringing bread to her. So I clicked on, I think his name is Champion Nubby. Yeah, it's Champion Nubby. And I clicked on him, and I mean, Jeep wasn't the only one that could throw some good dogs now out this litter.
That's true. That's true. Well, you mentioned, you know, Ace, you know, Grand Champion Ace, that's off of Charlie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then even, what's her name? They had a sister. What's the other sister?
Holly.
Uh-huh. She was bred a couple of times. She threw some winners. I don't think she was bred that much, and I think she died young. She was a 4-time winner. She was a badass bitch, according to the people I talked to, you know. And then you have Kate. Kate produced a lot of dogs. They bred Jeep to Kate, brother and sister, more than once.
Right.
My friend made a whole line of dogs out of one of the offsprings from that, you know, Jeep to Kate. He took that and bred it to Boomerang bitch, bred it to a Boleo bitch. Several winners. Out of that stuff, I think only 1, maybe 2 dogs lost from all those dogs that he produced from those breedings, you know. And I had the same type of success. 3, 4 winners in litters, you know. They produce good dogs too, you know. It just you know, when you catch that goal, when you catch that fire, you just run with it. And it doesn't matter. And when we got our Jeep dog, Jeep wasn't popular at the time. He wasn't that much of a producer. I think at the time he had only produced 1 winner. He was just starting his breeding program. But Dunleavy realized that, hey, his whole fucking litter was good. His parents were good. Their grandparents were good. So that's why he got those dogs. And the same thing with the Red Boy stuff. These are inbred dogs that are producing winners. Red Boy's first champion, I think, was Jacob's Champion Hog Dog. She was like Yellow John, triple bred Red Boy.
Yeah.
You know, that don't happen with inbred dogs too much, where you have champions or even a lot of winners out of it. And I don't think Red Boy was bred like some of these other dogs, but his potency was high, you know. And if you want to say looking at pedigrees, when you put a dog like Mayday together, you have the Red Boy Jocko stuff, and you have that old Boleo, Corvino, Eli stuff,
right?
And then you have the Tombstone Zeke Black Widow stuff. It's gonna work because all that stuff were some of the top bloodlines and top dogs in the history of the breed. It's almost a wash that, hey man, it's gonna work. But you got to have that production rate, and besides that, you got to have that competition behind it. That's the only way it's going to work.
Yeah, that's something else right there.
But I guess the point is, there's a reason this shit works. It's not a fluke. You know, it's not, people say, well, it's a chance when you take a breed and it's 50-50 and it's a roll of the dice. That's bullshit. That ain't true. Not at the level I'm talking about, not with the breeders that I knew, and again, not just dogs, everything else.
Right.
They have a method to their madness. They have a way of producing top individuals over generations. It ain't no fucking fluke, man. I don't know where people got that in their head, that it's by accident. Because it is true that not every breeding is going to work and you never know what you're going to get and blah, 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 all that bullshit. That's true, yeah. But if you know what you're doing, you should know what to expect. And when you get it, you just move forward with it. And it's going to keep happening. But if you make excuses for your cur dogs and cold dogs and subpar dogs and dogs that ain't worthy and can't do shit, or you never did nothing with them, yeah, it's a fucking 50-50 and it's a roll of the dice. Right. You have nothing to back it up. You have no standards behind it. You have no proven dogs. So in that respect, yeah, it's whatever, you know? But if you do it the other way, man, you just keep going over and over and over. And you're going to get good dogs all the time. And that didn't come from me. That comes from Boyles. You know, he made a breed, and I forget which one it was. You know, and I was a kid and dumb and all that. And I asked him, hey, Ronald, you think it's going to work? He goes, why the hell would I make a breeding if I didn't think it was going to work?
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
That mindset.
Hey, okay, I got one. How do you feel about breeding? And when you see the competition in the journals, remember the record keeping was what you gotta appreciate. I made a comment one time. I said, I can guarantee you 85% of the champions in the journal were good bred dogs.
Yep, I did a thing not too long ago, and it was from the 2005 journal, and this is just one way of measuring the dog. It's not complete. It doesn't cover everything. But I looked at the ROM list, right, and I went down and I did all the numbers and counted which dogs were which. The dogs that were competed with, winners and champions and grand champion, compared to the dogs that weren't, is 3-to-1.
Wow.
So that should tell you that producers come from winners. Producers come from competitive dogs. I mean, and the ones that weren't competed with, yeah, there's some of them on that list, but most of them are not that. They ain't. So check the ROM list. And who are the top dogs besides Frisco? You know, it's Jeep and Mayday and Yellow John and Yellow and you know, Bolillo and all, you know, it's dogs that were winning. Right. Zebo and all that, you know. Art wasn't bred that much. He produced good dogs every time he was bred. And they bred him to Turtle Buster stuff and Zebo shit, Carver stuff like him, and stuff that was totally, you would look at it and think it's not going to work.
Right.
That's the producer. And for me, the best producers, like my big red, were dogs. You could breed them to anything. You're going to get something.
Right.
It may be one dog out of the litter, but you're going to get something. And in most cases, it's more than one. It's a bunch of them.
Mr. Garcia, while I got you speaking about Big Red, I have a super chat by Mr. Hardy Dog, the PA. He said, Mr. Garcia, what did you love about Big Red?
You know, a personal level, I love that he was good with my kids. You know, he was just that way. On a professional level, he was just had that intensity. I loved his style. He was a shoulder and stifle dog, barnstormer type, you know, and had a lot of heart. And he had a lot of experience. Even after he was retired, I used him to start young dogs or put on his sons or whatever, you know. He never lost that spirit. I used to do this with people. They come over to the house, you know, and I always had my pit set up, you know, outside because we did some stuff there and it was no big deal. So I never really took it down. It was always there. And I'd take him off his chain and put him in that box with nothing there. I'd face him up and he'd start screaming, looking for looking for the other dog, you know, across the way. And then I could take him out and bring him inside, and he was mellow as shit, play with the kids and all that, you know. He was just a good dog that way. But I call him my best dog because he just produced. He produced every time I bred him, and probably almost every time after I sold him, you know, with the females that he was bred to after that. I even bred him to a bitch. I don't even know how she was bred. And he produced good dogs out of that, you know. I just, you know, when you have a dog like that, and especially a female like that whatever you breed them to, they're gonna throw. That's gold, man.
Oh yeah.
They're few and far between.
Oh yeah, that is true. That's how that sassy dog I had. I just knew wherever you put to her, she gonna throw something.
Throw something.
Yeah.
You know.
And that was that was little Mayday, Brat's daughter. Brat's brother's daughter. And she was one of them kind of dogs. I don't care who you breed it to, she gonna throw you something.
Yep.
She gonna throw you something.
You ain't gonna be scared to go into nobody with the dogs, you know?
Right. That's true.
And
I'm going over I'm out here I'm showing the guys Grand Champion Art right now. And I'm just going down to the dogs that he bred to, like Bumper, you know, Bumper beat Argo, Jocko's brother. Now I'm on Luke.
Right. There's two Lukes. There's I think Mike had one. Mike Sogan had a champion Luke, and then Drew Favre had another one named Luke. Both of them were champions.
Right.
Yeah, Argo was a 4-time winner at the time. He lost to Bumper. You know, even Jocko's whole litter, I think 3 or 4 of them were matched, you know.
Yes.
Jocko was a 4-time winner. Argo was a 4-time winner. Apple was a 2-time winner. I think their mama lost to Molly B. She was a 1 or 2-time winner. But Art, you know, I got a little story about Art if you want to hear it.
Tell us.
I was at the Old Timers show, you know, past weekend, and Jim Stinson was there. You know, Stinson and Glover, they owned Art. And I asked him about him. You know, I said, what kind of dog was Art? What type of dog was he? You know, he goes, well, he was, what do you mean? He was out of Eli Jr. and Job. I said, yeah, I know the breeding. But, you know, what was his temperament and his style and all that, you know? And because there's a thing going around, people put up, you know, these famous dogs were man biters. There's always the controversy about man biters. And they always put Art in there, that he was a man biter too. So I told him that, and I asked him, and he goes, no. He was a gentleman, man. He was real cordial and played with the kids. He was a baby. He goes, I took him to work with me. He rode it in my truck. He wouldn't bite nobody, you know. And as far as style, he goes, he was like a drunk man with a razor, just a killer, you know. He would just get in there and put him away, you know. And I said, well, why'd you sell him? You know, he said, you know, he was a 6-time winner, and I'd done just about everything you could. And Adam and Crutchfield, they begged me to buy him, you know. So they had come down and matched into Art, and they lost. So they bought him after that. And Stinson and Glover, I think it was. I know Stinson, but they flew to Ohio to see his match. And Adam and Crutchfield matched him for his 7th win. Right. I think in Comper's Polar or something, right? Yeah. That was at 46 pounds, and he had matched as low as 40 or 41 pounds. That was at 46 pounds, and he just demolished the dog. I think it went an hour, you know. And he told me after the match, you know, they all went to eat. They went to this one restaurant to eat. They went inside and ate, came out, and Art was gone. He got stolen out of the truck. So that was the end of Art. But he just, you know, he was a lovable dog. He was a gentleman. He said something like that, you know, to that effect. But just a badass dog, you know. There's very few, you know. He said, I'm not saying he's the greatest dog in history, but he was just at that level, you know, where he didn't think anybody could whoop him, you know. Zebo would be another one like that, you know. I guess Adam and Crutchfield recognized that because they bought both Art and Zebo, you know.
Right. Yeah, Art was throwing some champions, man. I'm going down there through them. They got
Grand Champion Mike should be on there.
Yeah, I got Grand Champion Mark. They bred to a bitch off a Kingfish. I mean, he was throwing champions to every damn bitch he threw if you bred him off a champion.
Yep, Champion Candy and different ones, just, and like I said, that list probably is pretty complete about his offspring. I don't know how many's on that list, but it ain't hundreds of them. That's for damn sure. Because I think when they sold him, he was, he had them 6 wins. I think he was only 3 years old at the time. He wasn't that old. So he probably got stolen before he was 4 years old. Imagine what he would have produced if that hadn't happened,
So that debunked the story that they went and took him back story and ran off to back home with him.
What's that?
I said, I guess that debunked the story that what's the name had stole the dog back and went home with him.
Yeah, I think he kind of mentioned that too. He goes, they accused me of me stealing them. I accused them of them stealing them. And somebody accused both of us of stealing, but no, they didn't. They had nothing to do with it. I never asked him, but maybe next time I talk to him, who does he think stole the dog? And then I mentioned it. I think on my video or something, and some guy said, "Yeah, I've had a dog stolen from that same restaurant."
No.
Yeah.
It must have been a dog man's hangout. Somebody knew it.
Yeah. Well, I told him, shit, I'd quit going to that fucking restaurant, man.
For real.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that Adams champion, Luke, that's the one I'm looking at now off of Mike, with Art being bred to Mike's daughter.
Okay.
That's Adam champion Luke there. No, I was just going down through him, and man, the damn dog was definitely 2 pages.
Yep. A lot of, Adams and Course, they didn't have a ton of dogs, but he was probably one of the winningest guys around. He matched a lot of dogs with just would be considered a handful of dogs,
Right.
And he had champions before that too. He had some Patrick dogs and different ones, some Komasinski blood, he knew his shit, and he was just good at it,
Right.
And I think the reason he got out of the dogs is there was a magazine that they covered dog fighting, in the United States. And on the front of that magazine is Adams or somebody, whoever it is, handling Mike in a match.
What?
And I think he saw the writing on the wall, and he just got out, That's why he didn't continue with the dog. That was just too much for him.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot what magazine it is, but they put pictures online of it, and it's people thought it was art because it looks similar, but it's actually that grand champion Mike.
That spooked him, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh shit, they putting pictures out here. Oh shit. I didn't say they could do that.
And it was a national magazine. It wasn't no Sporting Dog Journal or some local. It was a national, it was like National Geographic, or it wasn't that, but it was like that, where everybody got it. And they were talking, all the negative shit about dog fighting. And that was it. I know several old guys, for the same reason, they tell me just got too much. It wasn't the dogs, it's the people. Yeah. And they just get out, They have a lot to lose. They're a little bit older, they have family, home, jobs, businesses, all that. And they just, I wasn't that smart.
Yeah, I went on here and pulled Zebo on up. And the reason why I'm pulling these dogs up, these were killers here.
Yep.
These was just stone killers. You can kind of look at a good dog. I mean, you can look at them and see the way they built, the way they look. You can just, I mean, I looked at Art, I see the same thing.
Yeah.
You look at Red, you see the same thing. You see what you be talking about when you say you see the battle body on them, you see the look on them.
Yep. You see that in, you had him on your list too, Grand Champion Angus, like that.
Yeah.
But Zebo, that's another one, he gets a knock on him sometimes. He wasn't a good producer. And a lot of that comes from people writing articles, because they didn't have that much luck with it, or, it was kind of common back in the day where, if you inbreed the Zebo dogs, it doesn't help them. You know, but if you loose line breed them, outcross them, all like that, you know, good dogs. And because some of the people that had Zebo dogs, offspring of Zebo, weren't out there and didn't give the pedigrees, there's a ton of Zebo dogs that were competed with and people didn't even know it. And in fact, I think if you look at Jeep's record, his third match, it'll say Stinson and Steps black, you know, black dog.
Yeah.
That was a son of Zebo. He was a 3-time winner. It went 205. Diamond Jim and Stinson and Step used Zebo dogs. A lot of different people had it. They just, again, you know, they didn't give the pedigrees out. They didn't tell you what they were, you know. So I think he gets an unfair knock. And even some of the dogs that we know he produced, like Champion Willie and Champion Ruby, they were badass fucking dogs, man.
Yeah.
You know, the Cajun country, the Daigles, you know, I think they lost to Willie twice. And after that, they asked what kind of dog was Willie and this and that, and they go, you know, if I had a 48-pound dog, I'd change his weight to 46 instead of going into Willie again, you know. He was like a head crusher, you know. Just a lot of high-powered, you know, top-level athletes, you know. Zebo was just a monster. In fact, I talked to Frank Rocca, you know, he's a good friend of mine, and we were talking about him because Adams and Crutchfield owned Zebo and Art at the same time, you know.
Right.
And there's a story going around where they put them together and then rolled them and all that. I don't believe it, you know. I can't see someone like that at that level getting two badass match dogs and taking the chance of ruining them by putting them together, you know.
Right.
So I don't believe that story. But I did ask Rocca, who had seen both of them, you know, and he bred the Zebo. And I go, who do you think would have won, Art or Zebo? He goes, I think Zebo would have won. I said, well, why you say that? He goes, he just started faster. You know, Art was more patient, kind of, you know. Not that he wasn't a killer, not that he wasn't badass. They were both badass. It's just Zebo went to it right away and went for them killing holds right away, you know. And, you know, Art was a killer himself. In his opinion, that was the only slight difference because they were both fucking killers, you know.
Right.
But it was just his opinion. I just kind of wondering, you know, because same people owned both dogs, you know. And, you know, they turned around and won with them after they acquired them, too. They were multiple winners, you know.
That's a good story right there on that Art. And now we're talking about Zebo. Okay. Hold on. We got somebody. We got someone on the hotline.
Again, there's a, you know, that's another thing, too. You know, we talk about, you know, you got to see dogs in adverse situations, you know. I would say that would be with Art and Zebo, both of them, because one of Zebo's earlier matches, and something happened to him, and in the keep or something, and he was way underweight, and I think that was his longest match. It went like 1:20, so he had to show some heart in that match, you know. Zebo was a 40-pound dog when he went into Greaser, who was a 4-time winner, a 44-pound dog, so he had to come up 3 or 4 pounds in weight. Plus, he had a short keep because he was conditioning for that match in Mexico, that convention in Mexico that didn't come off. So they didn't continue with his keep. They only had 3 weeks to get him ready for Greaser, and he went almost 2 hours, man. And you know, Greaser was a good dog too.
Right.
Even some of them hard-biting, rough-killing dogs, at some point they've been through some adversary to show at least some kind of heart, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that speaks to their quality, you know.
Hey, Schoolboy.
I mentioned earlier. What's that?
I got shout out to Prentice Card with the super chat. This is for you, Schoolboy. He said, Schoolboy, who was the dog man you mentioned at the Old Timer show that had those Maverick dogs that traveled everywhere? How many Globetrotter dog men have you ever met?
Yeah, that was what was the last part of that question?
The Old Timer show. How many Maverick dogs that traveled everywhere? How many Globetrotter dog men have you met?
Just a handful as far as Globetrotters. The guy I mentioned was Tom, and he was one of those guys. And I mean, we're talking continents that he's traveled across, you know. Eastern Europe, Russia, what do you call that? They used to have a big convention down there. Dominican Republic, you know, all over Mexico, U.S., all that, you know. You know, some of these guys go to Canada, been to Canada. Mr. Gray, he's been all over Mexico, all over the U.S., southern U.S., Canada, OTK, the same thing. Some of them, like Danny Burden, he may have showed dogs in Mexico for sure in Baja, but all over the country. You know, he come out to California where I'm at and matched into Tito and the local boys. That's 2,000 miles. Some of them 3,000 miles across the U.S. You know, but as far as globetrotters, just a handful. You know, and there's different reasons why it's hard to do that. You know, and it's hard to bring them in right. But once you know what you're doing, believe me, them guys know what they're doing. It's not that difficult. They just got it down pat. They know how to travel. And this is something I've mentioned before too. A lot of people think, and it kind of makes sense, you know, when you're traveling a long distance, say 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, you know, you want to get there a few days early and you want to get them settled in and acclimated and all that. They didn't do that. That's not the way they do it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking 30-hour drives or plane rides, switching planes, 1,500 miles, 2,000 miles. They get there 30 hours before, 24 hours before, give them their last feed, put them up, settle them down, and next morning or next evening, whatever it is, they go on the show and the dogs are right. And I'm talking coming from 200-300 feet elevation to over 12,000 feet elevation. All this stuff that people speculate that you know, you should do things a certain way and this makes sense and all that. What I've found is them guys, they didn't do things like that. And I think what's behind some of it is when you get there at the last minute like that, that high altitude or that weather change, that difference in you know, you're going from hot to cold or cold to, you know, to humid. There isn't enough time for those conditions to affect the dog. You get there, you put them up, and it's not enough time for that adverse situation to affect them. And they ride on time, and I'm talking winning anywhere from 20 minutes to over 2 hours. They're good. And it's just a matter of they know how to do it. Now, if you fuck that up, you're done. If you don't get it right, you know, you may as well pay the forfeit and not even do it. But if you have that experience, you know what you're doing. They don't get there 5 days ahead of time. They don't get there a week, 3 days like that. Not the ones I know. And like I said, they make champions, beat grand champions, big cards, 10, 15, 16 match cards, you know. I've seen OTK, 3 dogs. One of them, Mr. Gray condition, first time up female, she beat a champion in 32 minutes. The next match after that was another OTK dog, a one-time winner. She had beat a champion her first time. On that card, she was going into a grand champion, beat her in 26 minutes. And then OTK's Khaleesi, a bitch he had named Khaleesi, she was a 2-time winner. She won her championship in 2 hours and 17 minutes. That was on a 16-card show. So some of the stuff, again, talking about experience, you have to do it to really have that knowledge and experience. And sometimes it's not what everybody thinks. Now, maybe crossing continents, that would be different, you know, going from here to Europe or here to the Balkans or something like that. Maybe they would adjust differently that way and get there early, or maybe go over there and condition their dog over there, stay a month or 2 months or whatever it is. But, you know, all over North America, Central America, and South America, they didn't do that.
Well, I got a question. On the are there still Maverick dogs out there, and are they still producing like he was producing? What do you think?
I would guess, yeah. You know, say yeah. I'm not familiar with him. The guy that I was talking about at the show, that's Tom. Mm-hmm. He loves that blood, you know. I don't know if he has dogs anymore. I didn't ask him. And his dad was a dog man. He don't have the same blood his dad did, but he swore by it, you know, and had great success with it.
Well, I tell you what.
So I would guess there's probably almost any bloodline, you know, that somebody's using or has some of it down from that, you know. It's just that most of it, again, and even not just here, but even in foreign countries, they do the same thing. You know, they hang papers and they don't do nothing with the dogs, and it's always a small section of the fraternity that is actually competing. You know, it's like you go to conventions or even a show, there may be 100, 200, 300 people there. It's only a handful of people that are in that box, and even in the audience, that actually compete. Most people are spectators. So in that respect, if you're looking at the breed, most people, they breed dogs, you know, and they're on paper, they're well-bred dogs. But the ones that actually they're just, there's not that many, you know.
That's true. That is true.
If there was 100,000 people that did it, that just means that there's probably 1 million or 10 million people that don't, you know, if you're looking at numbers. and you know, even they mentioned this at the old timer show, you know, all these guys that knew each other, they were also competitors with each other, you know, from all different states and all different walks of life. And, you know, they were friends and acquaintances and all that, but they were also competitors, you know. I took a picture with Jim Stinson and Leander Daigle, you know. They used to be the Church Point Cajuns, you know, Cajun country. And I knew they had gone into each other, but they mentioned it. He goes, yeah, you know, I mentioned Cajun Ike. Now, Cajun Ike had beaten Stinson and Steps champion Tuffy. You can look him up. And they also beat Oso Negro, which was Rascal's brother, you know.
Right.
And Stinson goes, yeah, he beat me twice with that damn Cajun Ike dog, you know. So a lot of people haven't really heard of Cajun Ike, but that was 2 wins that he had over Oso Negro and champion Tuffy. And Tuffy at the time was a 4-time winner. He went on to become a 7-time winner, but he had that one loss to Tuffy, you know. And Oso Negro was a 1-time winner, and then he lost to Cajun Ike. But it was just neat to see them, you know. They're still friends, and they get along and love getting together, but they were hot and heavy back in the day, you know.
That's a good story to be telling. That's for sure. Okay, I'm looking at Tuffy here now. Yeah. Let's see. Glover's Tuffy, right?
What's that?
Was that Stinson and Glover's Tuffy?
Yeah, Stinson and Glover. I think I said Stinson and Step, but Stinson and Glover, yeah. King Glover, I think he worked for Stinson, or they were high school friends or something. And he did a lot of the conditioning of their dogs, you know. He conditioned Tuffy, Art, champion Dolomite, which was Tuffy's brother.
Yeah.
The Samson dog that lost to Hooten's Butcher Boy, you know. Robert Lem conditioned some of them dogs too. But back in the day, it was Stinson and Glover was the team. They were hard to beat, man. They beat almost everybody that they went into, if not everybody, even though they lost some, you know. But they just had a great run, man. Blondie, they had Sugar was another real good dog they had.
Okay, I got old Tuffy up here. It's Pedigree.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he's got some of the on his bottom side. He's like Bolio and Klaus stuff, you know. And then Carver on the top. What is it? Carver's Gringo.
Ironhead. Yep, Gringo. Yep, Upper Ironhead and Big Mama. Yep.
There you go.
So you're just hitting it dead on the head. And then Bolio, you know. Yep.
There you go. If you look at, you know, you start researching pedigrees and you start checking bloodlines and all that stuff, you'll see the common denominator of Daibo Colby, you know, throughout. You know, it's if you're just looking at pedigrees, that's what G is. That's what kind of what
Red Boy,
you know, Red Boy, like that, Red Boy,
yep.
Jeep, and you know, that Tuffy, and most of them are that way, you know, because there's only so many dogs, only so many bloodlines, and the guys that were active, that were actually doing it, you know, they would breed amongst each other.
Right.
So they all go back to that, you know. Tudor called it the what did he call it? The something cross. Now I'm forgetting. The old rugged cross, and it was basically Tudor Colby, you know. And then you have Heinzel Colby, or you have even you know, if you want to say you breed Zebo to Candy, or Zebo to that stuff, it's kind of the, you know, even the Jocko stuff, you know, when they cross it with Red Boy, it's the Colby on top and the Daibo on the bottom through the Mayfield stuff and all that. It's just a common pattern among the breed that it's going to work if you put those two together. And at some point, whether you realize it or not, that's the way your dogs are bred.
Right. Okay, I got Rocker Stonewall up here now. Since
Right.
you was talking about him.
Yeah. We were going to make some breedings, but I ended up, you know, I got popped and went to jail, all that stuff, so we never did. We were going to breed a daughter of Stonewall to a Big Red, you know. He kind of went the, you know, he has the Otis Honey Bunch, you know, and I had the Rackle Honey Bunch stuff, you know, with the Jeep. It's kind of similar, you know, just a little bit different, but it would have worked, you know. It would have worked. Those were good dogs, strong dogs, you know, that Stonewall stuff, fast, not really not intelligent, you would say, you know, but just rough and rugged powerhouses, you know. Mm-hmm. That champion Lily White, she was a badass bitch, you know.
You know, Schoolboy, what I noticed, this is Twin One. As I notice y'all going and as you talk about these dogs, and Mose, he's pulling up these pedigrees, I'm still noticing match dogs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and them match dogs, they're either going to be winners or OOMs or PORs. I see them all, you know, doing what they was bred to do, and they're pretty consistent based on the ones I'm sitting here watching the pedigree as he goes through these pedigrees. Are you a firm believer in match dogs produce match dogs?
Yep. And like I said, most of the dogs in my pedigrees, what I would consider, because I had other stuff that I would just I deleted it from my family of dogs. It just wasn't good enough. I got rid of it. But most of my pedigrees, most of the dogs in there are winners. There's or match dogs, right? And some of them weren't. There's one or two here and there, but that's a pattern that's been that way through the history of the breed. Most of the good dogs come from competitive dogs, and you know, you have people saying, well, you know, a dog don't have to be a match dog to produce and this and that. That's true. But if you were in the game back then, and if you were competing and you're breeding dogs, you're that's what you're looking for. You're looking for winners. You're looking for champions, grand champions, multiple winners, dogs that beat somebody and won good, tough matches, or blew dogs out, or superior dogs. And it's true that some dogs, well-bred dogs, winners, champions, grand champions, don't produce. That's just the nature of the game. That happens in every genre. But for the most part, the breed throughout the history has come from competitive dogs. If you look at the foundation of the breed way back in the day, like Lloyd's champion Charlie, or Cockney Charlie's Lloyd's champion, what's his name? He's in every freaking pedigree there is. You know, it's the famous report. He fought a dog from Kentucky, and Pilot. Mm-hmm. He's in almost every dog back there. If you look at Colby's Kager or Colby's Pinscher, They're all multiple winners. You know, the dogs have been competed with, and that's the dogs that people wanted to breed to. You know, same with Daibo and Spike, and you know, there's one. Black Widow was a good producer. She wasn't matched, but you have them here and there where they weren't competed with. You know, I mean, but you just go down. Even the females, you have Honey Bunch and Dirty Mary. She was a 2-time winner. Honey Bunch a champion. You have you know, all these particular dogs from way back in the day. Moving forward, that's where they came from, because that's what you want. You know, you want to breed to a Triple Crown winner or a, you know, a stakes winner. You don't want to breed a horse that didn't do nothing. You know, right. Even though he might throw good dogs, but that's not where you get the percentages from.
I done pulled up
those are almost flukes, just like, you know, a freak of nature. You know, they just happen to produce. And they just carry the traits and they can pass them on. But generally, you're breeding to the dogs that have the traits that are competed with. That's almost standard, you know.
Yeah, I'm back here on Pincher. I see that Lloyd's Pilot.
Right. And see, and another great producer from Pilot is his son, Patty. Look at Patty. He's a champion.
Yeah. They got him here.
Same shit, you know. You go. Another famous female from back in the day, Tudor's Goldie. She was a killer. Tudor said she'd try and kill a dog with every hold, and her offspring were the same way. She was a 2 or 3-time winner.
What was her name again? Tudor's who?
Tudor's Goldie.
Yeah, we got her too.
And that's why I say, you know, honestly, the guys back in the day, they really didn't look at pedigrees, you know. They were looking at dogs. And the ones they felt carried the traits they wanted and won and saw competed with or won, you know, against them, or dogs that they beat or whatever it was, those were the dogs they're looking at. Those were the dogs they wanted to breed to. They weren't looking, oh, this is, you know, Kobe and Daibo blood put together, or this Pedigrees looks this way and that way. Yeah. Most of them didn't. And going way back, a lot of them guys weren't even literate. They couldn't even read or write. They're just breeding dog for dog, you know?
See, Goldie was a killer. She looked like she was.
What's that?
I got Goldie's pedigree up. So I said she's a nice looking dog.
Right.
Old school.
Yeah, she's another one. She's filled, you know, she's in a lot of pedigrees, and you know, if you take dogs up today and go back, she's going to be there. You know, you're going to see Colby's Pincher there. You're going to see Kager. You know, you're going to see, like I said, Pilot. Take any dog, go back. I could almost guarantee you somewhere Pilot is going to be there.
Now, was Lloyd Brink? I seen a little bit on that. I think it was Pincher. I see Lloyd, but it was some unknown prior to some unknown in there. Now, was they bringing these dogs straight from across the way?
Yeah.
Because Tudor was doing a lot of that stuff. You know, and I read a little bit of the history that some of those was coming right off the boat.
Yeah, not Tudor so much, but the dog guys before him. You know, it's like Kobe. He got imported dogs after they came here.
Okay.
But the original guys like Charlie Lloyd and some of them old guys, you know, they actually did import them from breeders from England and Ireland. And the reason they say unknown, for me, it's twofold. It's one or the other, maybe both. Is those guys over there in Europe didn't want people to know how their dogs were bred either. Or they were illiterate and they couldn't write a pedigree out anyways, you know? Mm-hmm. They would just tell them this, you know, this dog's off of this and that, and, you know, guys just wanted a good dog. They really didn't care about what the pedigree said. Because again, if you're getting an Irish dog, there's commonalities in all of them. You're getting bulldogs from England. Mm-hmm. It's the same shit, you know. They weren't concerned with that. They just wanted a good dog. And then they would get them, and they kept records of how they made their breed on some of them, you know, most of them. And even after they got here, you see a lot of them unknown pet, unknown, you know. And again, they probably didn't want people to know how they were bred.
Hey, Schoolboy, I got a shout out from one Carew. He says, the way Schoolboy can remember how all these, hold on, let me see here. 1 second. He says, the way Schoolboy can remember how all these great dogs are bred, it's amazing.
Well, much respect. Thank you.
Well, I told you.
I wish I could. Yeah, I wish I could remember more. A lot of that just stuck in my head, you know, and I'm glad I'm still able to remember it. But yeah, like I said, I used to study this over and over, you know, going back to the old magazines. I used to read the Pit Dog Report and Pit Pal and, you know, Pete Sparks, your friend and mine, Sporting Dog Journal, all of them, even you know, Game Dog Digest and all of them, you know, I would read them over and over and over, and the information just stuck in my head, you know, front to back to front, repeatedly. Even now I go back and read some of the old journals, you know, just to refresh my memory, you know, like you were doing, you know. I like that you do that you pull the magazines out, open up, let people see the matches, you know. And you know, they some of them, they're going to look at their stuff. They're going to go back and they're going to see them dogs in their pedigrees, just like Yellow John or Mayday or, you know, Zebo and Art and you know, Dirty Mary and Honey Bunch and these dogs, even their relations, you know.
It's good to go back and show them the matches back then, you know. Got a lot more to show, got a lot more stories to make. But it's going to be a fun time. I mean, especially when I start doing it more, because I want these guys to realize what is so important about the historical records. You have to have something to fall back on. We have to have some type of record keeping. That's why I was saying self-proclaimed champions should not share the same platform as a champion who has been titled through some type of organization. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not, I wouldn't call it an organization. I mean, I wouldn't even call it an organization. Just some type of historical book that keep records. To me, it's just so important, because without those records, we would have never got a chance to see the great matches that got hooked up. That's what you have to give.
I mean, you got to know where you're coming from to know where you're going.
Exactly.
And if records are not kept, like I said, it's lost. You can't remember everything. You're not going to remember 10 years from now what you were doing today. You know, that's just the way, the nature of how our brain works. Some stuff is going to be embedded, and you're never going to forget it. But every little detail, or a lot of details, or all these dogs, you know, how they were bred, how they performed, you know, some of it I can remember who they beat, what their time was, how many scratches they made, stuff like that, you know, because it's just in me. And I love, you know, even the pedigrees. I used to study the pedigrees back then because it was interesting to me how they put them together. Mm-hmm. And I started seeing patterns with outcrosses, inbreedings, line breedings, you know. And that's where I came to the conclusion the best breedings are when you cross English dogs and Irish dogs, because that was the foundation of the American Pit Bull Terrier in the first place. So when you get that pattern set, if you're using the right individuals, if you're using the right dogs, proven dogs, it's gonna work. It's not no chance to it. It just depends on which ones are going to be better than the others. You go with the higher percentages, but that's the pattern. Like I said, whether it's Kobe Diabo or Red Boy Jocko, Jeep Red Boy, or Eli Carver, you know, it just that way. The Eli Carver, you know, depending on the Carver, it's Kobe Leitner crossed with Diabo. That's all it is. It's the same shit.
Hey, Mr. Tony Montana,
He's got a new AKA, Schoolboy. He's calling you the Mr. Miyagi.
Mr. Miyagi.
He's calling you the Mr. Miyagi of the dog game, baby.
I called you the professor out there. I opened up and called you the professor. I think we can have the professor.
They doing the AKA, Schoolboy.
Miyagi. We're going to start calling him Miyagi.
Respect to you, Tony, my friend. Thank you. Thank you.
You get much love tonight, man. Really appreciate the love.
Yeah. I can't see it, but I can feel it, brother. It's just, you know.
Oh, it's so much more. I just let you just go on, but you'll get a chance to go back and go through the chat.
Yeah,
they love you, man.
Yeah, love everybody else too, man. It's a good channel. I really respect you guys for what you're doing. It needs to be done. It's a different format than what people are used to with some of the other channels. I'm not knocking nobody, but it's important. Again, I'm a historian too. You know, I'd like to think at least a little bit, but it's important to the breed to keep all this information, or at least put it out there for everybody to enjoy and to keep it. You know, these videos, like I think you mentioned it, they're going to be around forever.
That's right.
So we can go back and refer to the information that's in the videos, not just mine, everybody's. Right. Bach and Rostaman and, you know, Black Ice, all of them. And the information is there, you know.
You're right about that.
That's a good thing.
We got more to give. Keep the channel alive, y'all. Keep the channel alive. I'm still here. Here.
You're gonna be here, brother.
Well, I'm scratching, baby. You already know that. I'm definitely in a room full of sharks. I mean, I got a shark tank up in my room. I'm doing good. I got a Shark Tank. I got Mr. Miyagi.
AKA Schoolboy.
Hey, Schoolboy, you got it. You know what I'm saying? But this is
I'm loving it.
Support the channel, fellas. Support the channel. Yeah. Support the channel because we got a lot more to give.
Please. Keep it going. Yeah, it's going to go for a long time, man. And you know, the everybody has a story. Everybody has some input. You know, I even go through. You know, when I'm watching your show, you know, I read every comment that's on there.
Yes.
No matter what it says, you know, just because I like to hear people's input, even if it's a hello to me or someone else, and I see the same people, a lot of the same people in the chat, you know, so they're loyal followers, loyal fans, fellow dogmen, a lot of them, you know. Some of them, you know, they go on my channel and my group, and I see them here and there and all that. So the fraternity is small in that respect, even though there's a lot of people involved. You know, it's tight. And you know, good people just have a way of, and you have a common, you know, the common thing is the American Pitbull Terrier. So we're going to group together, you know. And this is just a format that's a little bit different, which makes it special. And I think it's necessary, you know.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stess. I'm glad to hear you say that because I concur. And that's why I like having you on the show. Like I said, when guys start asking, you know, and we try to set it up to get it to where when it's time for you to come, it's the perfect time. We're getting back into things. Guys, it's time for us to get back inside the box. I'm gonna take us inside the box, and we're gonna journey down through the time. I prefer to go back to the early times when Jeep was winning, when Holly was winning, when Missy and them was winning. You know what I'm saying? Them was some good matches back then. People don't know that them dogs was getting down back then. There wasn't no walk in the park back then either.
No, you're right. And you have tough dogs going into tough dogs, you know. Sometimes we forget the losers, and some of them losers were top dogs at the time. They just lost to a better dog.
That's all.
And some of them were multiple winners, and some of them, you know, you hear that a lot, you know. But there's a lot of dogs that were 4-time winners, 5-time winners, 6-time winners, 7-time winners, 8-time winners, you know. And I hear that from all these old guys all the time. Dogs you wouldn't even hear about, like the guy who put on the show, Billy Foster, you know, he had a dog bred by Tony Anderson named Grand Champion Travis. He was a 7-time winner, man, you know. Billy Foster was like a protege of Jerry Bean, and Jerry Bean, old time dog man, he was mentored by Bob Wallace and Cecil Pond. That's going way back, man, to the early 60s, late 50s.
Wow.
That's just 2 generations, you know, if you think about it. It's as far, it ain't like 20 people involved. That's 3 or 4 people going back 70 years.
Yeah.
That's a lot of history, a lot of good dogs, you know. And, you know, you have Mr. Jenkins. He's not around anymore. He used to host big old shows, man, with multiple winners on the show, 5-time winners, 6-time winners, 7-time winners. You know, his blood, some of it went back to that Buck McCoy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, you're talking about dogs that were competed with and bred, you know. And some of them, you know, most people haven't heard about them, but they all have that commonality of that, you know, Obi Dibo stuff, English Irish dogs, putting them together.
They were game tested. They were game tested. 6
yes,
or 7
sir.
times.
Yes, sir.
You'd be lucky.
You know, yeah. You know, you hear a lot of times, which is true. I'm not knocking it. Where, you know, you got to do your dogs right. Don't ruin them, this or that. But if you read some of the stuff they did with their dogs back then, man, it's just, you know, you got, you know, they're either telling the truth or they're just lying out their back end, man, because like that it was either Kager or Pincher, you know. By the time Armitage got him, he was 7 or 8 years old. He still skull dragged him and won with him after that. He put 3 dogs on him for like 30 minutes each, you know. And it was common. Mm-hmm. But the dogs, I think back then, were more durable, tougher, you know. That gameness was so important that you know, them dogs had to be proven, and they were proven by whatever person got them, you know. Like, what's that Corvino dog? Corvino's Braddock, a 14-time winner, and most of his matches went over 2 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
There isn't a lot of history about how he won or what his. I think he might have been a head dog, you know. He fought in the U.S., he fought in Mexico, you know. He was handled and conditioned by different people, not just Teal or whoever did Corvino's conditioning, but Tudor also. You know, just like that. What's that famous OFRN dog? Everything I forgot. Tudor handled him. This guy handled him. That guy handled him. You know, Bambi was Dibo's mother. She produced a dog named Adolf. He was handled by 3 or 4 different guys. Even Jimmy Wimberly handled him, and Ralph Greenwood handled him, you know. So these dogs are going all over the place in different people's hands, being handled and conditioned, different parts of the country by different people, and they were winning, you know. Yeah. Amazing.
I got Braddock up on the screen right now.
Right.
14-time winner. Nice looking dog too, wasn't he? It looked like them old bulldogs of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you said.
You know, some of them, you know, when you see multiple winners back then, it didn't always mean they were conditioned, you know, and it didn't even always mean that they fought a purebred pit bull. Like you see, I think it's Kager or Pincher, one of them, 24-time winner, you know.
Right.
They had conditioned matches. I don't believe he was conditioned 24 times, but, you know, at the time, people fought dogs to make money. They fought dogs because they liked to compete, and it was during the Depression or the hard times, or they weren't wealthy, you know, poor people. They just fought their damn dog, man. You know, Art Nemechek and Tudor had a cockpit in Oklahoma. After the cockfights were done, they just take the gate money and match their dogs into whoever, into whatever dog. And that's kind of where that idea of keeping your dogs in shape all the time, Tudor did that. He was always doing something with his dogs, you know. He had a big mound of dirt where he'd have dogs staked out all the way around the mound, and he'd have a chair on the top, a swivel chair, and he'd have a flirt pole, and he'd just spin around, you know, working each dog like that, you know. And he advertised back in the day that he would match a dog anywhere from 10 days to 30 days, you know. And Danny Burton told the story, and it's pretty well known. Him and Art Nemechek put a advertisement in the old magazine where they would match into any one person or any multiple persons 3 dogs at whatever weights they wanted. If they lost one match, they lost all the money. They had to win all 3 to win all the money. Nobody ever took them up on that offer. And they had that ad for like a year. You know, that's how good he was. Tudor won, I think it was 25 sanctioned UKC matches in a year. 25 of them in 1 year. Some people, that's their whole career, you know.
Yeah.
You just get a lot of dogs.
Man, listen to me. That was when it was, like I said, Braddock, that was 1930. That dog was born in 1930.
Yes, sir.
1930. Yes, they was having conventions at the damn Madison Square Garden.
That's right. So you can imagine the traveling. What kind of traveling did they do? We talk about travel now. We got airplanes. They had no airplanes traveling like that, not with dogs. They put them on a train, or they drove an old clunky Ford. So if you in Chicago and you matching Braddock in Mexico, that's 2,000 miles at least, depending on where you go, in an old truck. You know what I mean?
Right. Me and old Braddock going to Mexico this week.
Yeah.
This week.
Went in 2 hours, you know? The air travel with dogs, that didn't come until the probably 80s, 90s, like that, you know, where it was common to do that. So these guys were driving 3,000 miles across the United States, you know, or 1,500 miles when Tudor come out to California, or Freddie Jones go out to Texas, you know, or Mexican Dan guys going to Mississippi and Louisiana and stuff, you know, in an old car, old pickup, you know. Dogs could take it. They get there and win.
You said Mexican Dan. I seen some Mexican Dan was a busy man. Now, was he from Mexico?
No, he's from the U.S.
Okay.
He was real good friends with Roland Fontenot, you know. Mm-hmm. And in fact, in Mayday's Pedigree, if you go back, I think it's the top side of the bottom side, his dam side, but her top side. Mm-hmm. You go back and you see Indian Crusher, and you see that Bolillo, Corvino, Eli Cross. Those were some of the dogs he had. Rowdy and Bull and Aunt Jane and all that. Yeah, I saw some of them dogs go, and that was before Bolillo was stolen. You know, some of those dogs won in Louisiana, Mississippi, you know, New Mexico, Texas, all over California.
Wow.
Yeah. They used to do it, man.
Thumbs up, Mike.
All right, fellas. We're getting close to that time. But you know, I'm sitting here seeing all the love. We had a little bit of chum in the water tonight, fellas.
No, we did.
We got a little bit of chum.
No, man, you didn't tell me about somebody fell in the Shark Tank, man.
Somebody out there playing in the Shark Tank, they just eating.
Oh, Lord.
You know, Ram ain't giving him a chance to eat, though. You know what I mean? Ram seeing him, he just getting rid of him. The rest of the sharks are slobbering. Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah,
I was telling them, do not come in this Shark Tank over here, because we got hungry.
You might get bit.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
They slobbering out there, but don't nobody want to mess up this learning process. So they getting over it. They getting over it. But I see the shark saying, "Let them go." I didn't even get mine in. Wait a minute, Ram, it ain't even letting get us a chance to eat.
Yes, sir.
Hey, fellas, what I need from you guys tonight, more than any night that we all sit out here and call for, I need to see them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. And for Mr. Garcia, aka Schoolboy. I want to see a lot of damn roses. Roses. I need them goddamn roses. Show your love, fellas.
Show the love. Show the love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That might be the best part of the show, man.
You know, actually, Schoolboy, I be waiting on that part. I be sitting over here just waiting for it to get to that part so I can just show my ass.
Hey,
All right, fellas, I need y'all to show your ass. I need to see them goddamn roses. I need to see them roses.
And they do not disappoint us, man. They will not disappoint us. You believe that. We got a great room. Great bunch of guys, man. We're going to keep the flavor, keep it rolling, too. Again, Mr. Schoolboy, I really appreciate this. You are always welcome. Always welcome. We got more to play with. I'm going to dive. I'm telling you, man, I'm going to have you messed up because look, I got something for you. I'm going to be diving in your books. Yes.
I meant to tell you, Mr. Garcia, you know, this 12-1, you know, I don't really, you know, be able to sit down and talk papers and stuff. But, you know, I prepared myself for you tonight because, you know, not only was I watching your shows, I dumped in some of your books, right? Because I wanted to be prepared when I asked my questions. Just in case, so you know, I know you know fake, right? But you know I've been on my job, right?
Yep. You did good, brother. You did good, man. They were. I really appreciate it. And I'd like to say something if I can.
Go ahead.
Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks to you guys for having me on the show. I'm available anytime. I love it. And thank you for your service. Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you, sir.
Don't forget, put your site out there, Schoolboy. Don't forget, you got your site out there. You let them know where to find you at.
Yeah, I have on my channel. I got Richard Garcia Schoolboy. That's my YouTube channel. I'm on Instagram, Richard J. What is it? Richard J. Schoolboy, I think is what it is. And then my Facebook is Schoolboy Lives 2, and my Facebook page is Richard Garcia. It's a picture of me there with my daughter's School Baby. I gave everybody a name. I'm Schoolboy. My wife's Mrs. Schoolboy. Kid, my oldest daughter is Schoolgirl, and the baby is School Baby. So I really appreciate all the support. And, man, it's going good. I'm loving it. And hit me up. Any of those things, if you guys want some books or merchandise or, you know, comments on my videos. I'm getting a lot of good responses. And this helps too, guys. I'm really glad that I could be on the show. I'm honored, actually.
I'm showing your books right now. I've got your books into the camera right now. I'm showing them the book.
All right, fellas. Now, he just told you these books are books that we actually do pick up and we use for reference. They are very informative. And it's good to know that we have our own editions, and we suggest when you come to class,
you have
your damn books.
Yes, sir.
There you go. There's another one right here. Very important book right here, guys. You see it? The Schoolboy's Key. Yeah. You heard a little bit what we talked about, the concept and the way of thinking that he does this. It's in the book. For all you new guys that want to get some understanding, you didn't heard him. You didn't heard Mr. Miyagi. Right? Did you hear that, right? Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. All right? So look, these are very informative books, guys. We're gonna be bringing him on, and we're gonna be diving into some of these books. We ain't gonna give you everything, but we're gonna give you something to get you hungry. I'm gonna give you something to make you want to go out here and get them, just to put on your shelf, in case you ain't doing nothing. You pull them on down like I do. You see, I teach them nearby. And like Mike said, Mike don't even do this, y'all, but Mike been all up in these books. And when Mike come back and say, man, and when you start talking like me, you know, Mike ain't supposed to sound like me, y'all. I'm the man. When Mike's starting to sound like me now, y'all, I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. I got another one on the way. As soon as it's finished, I'm gonna send you a copy.
Well, it would be very appreciated.
Yeah.
It'd be very appreciated, guys. If you have any information, you got Schoolboy's information, you got my email. If you want to have any information on how to obtain those books, you can get in touch with Schoolboy. He gave you the information where you can find him. If you didn't catch it tonight, always go back on here and push replay. You know what I mean? That's what they got to rewind for. You can pick the video up and just zip it on down the way he's telling you where to find him at. And if you got any, you want to be lazy about it, send me an email and I'll get you one, all right?
That's right. Yeah.
Let you know.
Yeah. Oh, I remember my email now. It's richardjschoolboy60@gmail.com. That's it.
Okay, y'all heard that, right? Now y'all know that y'all can't come sending me an email talking about what did he say. You better not send me one email. What did he say, twin? I'm gonna say go back to the YouTube, go down the way he said it, and you will find it. Try that.
There you go.
Hey,
I sure watch your shows over and over again, man.
Hey, man,
you know.
What's up, fellas? Hey, look, I want to salute all the veterans. You know, this is supposed to be our day, but even being a veteran myself, I like to take my time out to even give my salute back to my fellow brothers in the service, especially my Marine Corps Semper Fi brothers. Oh, Raw, representing. We got a birthday coming up. Y'all know we got a birthday coming up over here. Marine Corps always. But to all you veterans, you know what I mean, salute to you all. And thanks for everybody who represent that day, because guess what, you guys? It's like the Bulldog game. You know what I mean? You gotta respect the man who puts in that work. Not everybody out there putting in that work. And for those who ain't never put in that work, all you can do is respect it, especially if you don't know what it means to be one.
That's right.
So when it comes down to showing respect for something that you ain't never done, show the love. Because in our case, we did it for you. There's a lot of them that never made it home and couldn't even stand here and tell you what I'm telling you. I'm just one of the fortunate ones to make it home. But there's a reason why we do what we do. And so we always gonna show that love and respect, and we expect all you guys to do the same. Now for my fraternity, tonight was a special night simply because we did have a point to prove. The number one point I had to prove is when I looked at that poll tonight, and I seen a whole lot of damn no's. Yeah. I can't believe that. But again, I was looking for 100% yeses. I didn't get it. That means we still got to put in some more work.
Yes.
That's right.
But what I didn't get a chance to see in the chat, which I was really looking for, is somebody to explain to me what the hell them no's was for. Cause I really want you to use that super chat. I'm giving you a chance now because I still got Schoolboy here. I got Mo right here. And I'm just gonna put it out there because like I said, super chats get priority. For all those no's that's out there, here's your chance to hit that super chat and at least try to explain that no. So before we end the show, at least we can be able to address it to see what the hell is on your damn mind to say it. Right. That's all. I ain't knocking you. Just want to get a better understanding in the direction of what would make you click that no button. Y'all know where I'm coming from. So I'm checking. I'm just gonna go lead and see if I get any response. But if I don't get no response, we're gonna continue where we left off at. But I'm gonna check this first. So get them fingers to typing. I'm gonna wait.
Good point. Good point. I'll make this point concerning that too. Which is, I talked to an old dog man, famous, I won't say his name, right? And the topic came up, can you still breed good dogs even if you ain't doing the thing with them? If you ain't checking them, you ain't competing them. This is a guy who had a great career as a competitor, great career as a breeder. Even he admitted, no, it ain't the same. You can't. You might still get some good dogs here and there, but it is not the same. That comes from someone who's a successful breeder, knew what he was doing, knows his family of dogs, but he had to admit that it ain't the same. You can't do it. I'm not encouraging anybody to do anything wrong, but that's just the way it is. That's the truth.
The matter of
So
fact.
it ain't just us saying it. It's someone who knows what the hell they were doing, too.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think I know what the hell I was doing, and I feel the same way too. It's just not gonna happen, especially when you're talking about competition. It's just, you're gonna lose in the long run. You know, it looks good at home when there's nobody playing but you by yourself. But you will find out real quick. Or you can be those ones that don't never want to find out and want to have the blind truth. The blind truth is the part that you're missing. You know, what you see is not what it is. Okay, so I always say, when it comes to the dog game, look guys, it's one thing to talk the shit to us. But it's another thing when you have to be true to yourself. Can you be that person to be true to yourself? Is that not right? That's right. That's all. If you be true to yourself, you'll be cleaning that shit out your yard real quick. But if it's making you money, you'll continue lying to us. Okay? And not facing the truth to yourself, and you'll be ripping us all off. Because that's exactly what is happening when you do that. Am I right? I mean, just being honest. Because a lot of these guys just want good bred dogs thinking they're going to have the next great dog. And it don't work that way. It don't. So I'm going to leave it right there on that note right there. I see Mike, he's over here scanning hard too.
Yeah, man.
You know, you already know they got the Shark Tank up in here, man. If they did say no, they ain't going to tell nobody.
Well, Tony Montana did reply. And like he said, and this is Tony. Oh, I said no in this fantasy land. A hunter aims to win and a breeder aims to breed game dogs. The game test can be done indoors. I can completely agree. Well, if I just truly understood,
what indoors,
your game test is the same as what we consider game test.
Right. Our game test is competition.
Right.
Because you never know how good your yard is against my yard.
That's the game test.
That's the game test.
When we at home, we just checking.
Right.
We don't get to see the game test until we leave the yard.
That's right. The competition is in the dog game. It's not in the house.
Do you agree, Mr. Garcia?
I agree.
Okay, then that means we can continue.
And this is one of the reasons why. A lot of dogs, not all of them, even bad motherfuckers, at some point in their career, they're going to have to show some heart. And I mentioned Art, I mentioned Zebo. You could say that about Tornado. You could say that about Dirty Mary. You could say that about Colby's Pincher and Kager and Tudor's Goldie. You could say that about Yellow John, Mayday. Somewhere you're going to see it. Sometimes you don't. You got a bass like Grand Champion Luther, maybe not, and maybe different ones not. But at some point in most dogs' career, it's going to come out at least one time. Sometimes it's more than once.
Well,
that's just the way it is.
It's just the way it is,
and always has been.
But it's the competition that brings you to that. That's the
right.
only way it's going to ever happen. You have to go be hungry for the competition.
You know what? And that takes me to say, being that you said that, Schoolboy, when we went over to Puerto Rico and we went into Tommy Boy and she was going for her fifth and we were bringing the first time out, all right? That was a good Tommy Boy. I mean, she was doing all the damage, but when we got in there, I seen a dog make. Now, to me, I seen her do something that if anybody ever doubted this dog's gameness, you know what I'm saying? That night, it definitely came to fruition. Because when she was putting shit down in less than 20 minutes, I seen one put her down
in less than
20. And I seen her scratch when I didn't think she would ever even think about it. I mean, I seen this dog fall 5 times.
in a 10 count, trying to make it.
Yep.
And this is no lie. I seen it for my damn self.
Yep.
Fell on her face, got back up, got right there in Red Ace's face, didn't have nothing else in her, and I'm telling you, man, she jumped off her chest
And grabbed.
her.
Yeah. Yeah.
She didn't move no more after that. That was it. You never heard nothing else about Tommy Boy from that night forward because she didn't make it. But to me, that right there is what I call that damn dead game dog. Now, she got her grand championship, and trust me, we took a loss, but that damn dog deserved every bit of being a goddamn grand champion in my book. Yes, and a dead game one. So for all those who don't know what it looked like, ain't never seen what it looked like, that's just one of our occasions where we got a chance to see one. And it wasn't no 2 and 3 hours. It was damn near less than 30.
Exactly.
So they come in all sizes and times and shapes and forms, but when it come down to it, it all look the same. You put all you can into doing what you was meant to get there, and damn it, do, and she did. Yeah. That was just that's just my little story.
Yep.
No question.
And guys that compete, they all have that same story.
Yes.
That's true too.
We will, if you out there, you will get a chance to see it one day.
Yep. And hopefully you'll have more than one like that, you know. And generally it's just a handful that are like that. But that is the essence of the breed. And you're gonna see it at some point. That's just the way it is. Even with bad motherfuckers, it happens.
Yeah.
Whatever the reason, it happens, you know. And like you said, it's the time sometimes isn't a factor. It could be 30 minutes. It could be 2 hours. It could be an hour, 45 minutes, whatever it is. The circumstances are the same.
Yep.
They given everything they got with their last breath to get it done. And they don't, but that's a display of gameness.
What do you feel about a dog that quits on his courtesy scratch?
If a dog quits, he's a cur. Regardless. That's it. Now you can look at the circumstances. There are different circumstances, you know. Mm-hmm. And I don't equate those to a dog that jumps out in 2 minutes or screaming and crying and run away. That's not the same thing. But in my opinion, any dog that quits is a cur. That's it. You can do whatever you want with them. Some people keep them. That's their business. Some people don't. That's my business. And you can make all the excuses, or you can admit what you're seeing before your eyes and make a decision on what you're going to do. But like I said, that's just me. Whatever the reason.
And you best believe if you do take him home, you will see it in your pedigree.
You got that right. That's true. That's true.
Come on. All right, fellas. Look here. Great show tonight. Appreciate everybody that came out and enjoyed the night with us. And you know what? Again, this is our first week back home. And you know what? I enjoy being home. Really missed you guys. But we made up for it because this was a hot Mike Friday tonight, wasn't it?
It was hot.
Boy, that's the way you come back and you start off a damn show, right? Yeah. But look here. You know what's going down. We're going to see y'all win. Talk Shit Tuesday. Another great show coming up. Until then, you know what I mean? We're going to keep this rock going on right quick. Get that rock on, Mo, and show them how we be creeping. This that creep right here.
Yeah, that's
because we coming up on that bulldog coming down through there. Remember that look that we be talking about? You can see it all in their face. You see what I'm saying? Because you know when we come up in this mug, we always, yeah, scratch the win. Better act like you know. Hey, look here, fellas. Gonna check y'all. We're gonna be pimping in the parking lot. We're gonna be pimping in the parking lot tonight. Meet y'all in the parking lot. Schoolboy, represent fam. Shut up, baby.
Much respect. Much respect, brother.
One love, baby.
Great show. Much love. Thanks for everybody participating. And we'll talk soon. I'm out, brothers. Take care.
Thank you, big bro. Thank you. Peace. I think I'm gonna finish the night out with Brad out. That 14-time winner. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Mr. Miyagi. No. Wax on, wax off.
But Mr. Miyagi, no. Schoolboy. Schoolboy.
Come on. Woo. Great night, fellas. Thank you.
Big shout out to all my pimps in the parking lot. To all my pimps in the parking lot. Y'all still hanging out. I know what time it is when I start hollering that last call. Coming up on that 1 o'clock hour. I start screaming last call on the alcohol. Big shout out to Big Bruh, walking down red. Big stepping. Handling it. What's up, fam? Let me get some boogeyman going here. Yeah. Shout out to my man. Printer's car. Dread. Walls Killers Combine. What's up, fam? Boss down, I see you, fam. 158 votes tonight in the poll to maintain the game. American Pitbull Terrier today is 100 needed to preserve the game part of the game of the American Pitbull Terrier. We had 92% yeses, 8% no's. I was actually looking for 100%, but I guess you can't always get what you ask for. We're here at Kennels. Appreciate that, fam. Stay safe. To all my bulldoggers out there. To all the bulldoggers out there. Remember, hit those like buttons on your way in. Or hit them on the way out. Don't cost you nothing, but from my understanding, it definitely helps the channel because of the YouTube algorithm. And I'm trying to get all I can get out of YouTube. So if all this means you gotta do is hit the like button, I'm just gonna ask for some of you guys just help us out here and hit the damn like button. I got 617 views, and the likes don't even look nothing like the views. Now, I'm just saying, help the channel, even if you can't do nothing but just hit a like button. Because it's for damn sure, I know you're watching. I know you're watching. That's one thing YouTube will tell you, how many people is watching your shit. And don't think I don't appreciate the fact that you're just watching. I appreciate you even more if you just hit the damn like button. That's all. You know, that's that button with the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Salute to you. Salute to all the veterans. Again, simplify to my Marine Corps brothers. Salute to my American Pitbull Terrier family. Y'all stay safe, enjoy your weekend. But you know, all good things must come to an end. So, all I'm gonna tell you is, I know we gotta go. I don't know where you're going. But I know we finna get the hell up out of here. So don't forget, fellas, I'll see you again Tuesday night for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, everybody stay safe. I'm gonna wind this down. Well, fellas, until Tuesday, I'm out.